morning, everybody. Good morning. How's everybody doing? Everybody feeling alive? Hopefully you had a good weekend. I had a pretty good weekend. Not crazy eventful or anything. We just kind of chilled. Did we do anything sorted? Oh, Nikki had a baby shower. That was cute. Yesterday I spent like the entire day in the garage cleaning that. That was fun. Not crazy eventful, but it was good. I mean, it felt good to get the damn thing cleaned. Because it was, oh, and Rocky, yeah, that sounds fun. We could do another one of those. Anyway, molto bene, Nathaniel. Final Fantasy VII remake at the moment. Ooh, Integrate or the OG? I am hoping. So once again, you guys know I've tried to do a couple of like debatey things with YouTubers and streamers and stuff. And the last time we did it, or tried to do it, the guy was like a no-show. It was really weird. And then like the next day after the stream was like, sorry, my schedule mixed up, blah, blah, blah. And I like, come on, dude. I was kind of doing him a favor by letting him do it. And so for him to just like ghost us was kind of cringe. So this time I do have somebody that hopefully will come on. We'll see. They've not responded to any messages today, though yesterday they said they were in. And if not, of course, I've got a lot of you guys who are contrarians. And I have a bunch of Reddit posts and things of people that are not super stoked on Breath of the Wild. But in the meantime, we've got plenty to run down, which I'm interested in. About my general stance is that you have to be very specific and precise with your language on these things. I think that Breath of the Wild is one of the best open world adventure games of all time in that category. If you start to like say, oh, and it also has an amazing story. Not really, no, it doesn't. If you throw in, oh, it's also got the best combat system. Not really, no, it doesn't. As an open world adventure game, it's really good fun. But as like, if you're just gonna toss out, it's the best game ever made, therefore the combat's great, the story's great, the graphics are great, the performance is great, then you're being stupid. But I think a lot of people throw out greatest game ever made, and then they feel obligated to defend every single little bitty like tidbit of it, even though you don't have to do that. You know, like that's not required. It's not in the agreement. You really don't have to deal with that, but still some people find themselves doing it. Oh, do we have any Brits in here? You have a new jolly old king, don't you? Don't you? I mean, you kind of already did. It's just now it's formal, is my understanding. But you guys have a new fella. How does that feel? Pretty bad? Pretty terrible? Yeah, probably. I don't know. I was talking to one person that I've been friends with for a while who lives in the UK, and they were like, I don't want to talk about it. They're like, I don't want to talk about it. Kind of embarrassed that this is happening, but I don't know. Maybe I heard that there was actually a really interesting thing. Oh crap, what's his name? No, not Hugh Laurie. Hugh Laurie's friend, his buddy, Fry. Fry on the King. I saw this clip of him talking about the coronation And I kind of get what he's saying, but it was like kind of weird. I don't know. Let me know what you think of this. Where's my screen? Okay. Let me know what you think of it. I think this is it.
I mean, truly wonderful. I thought the service was magnificent. I mean, truly wonderful. The music to start with was just inspiring. Both
for the record, I freaking love Stephen Fry.
The real kind of hammer blow classics. The principal one, I suppose, has to be Handel's Zadok the Priest. It just has this phenomenal.
Where is it?
King looked vulnerable, which all monarchs do when they're being crowned. They're being encumbered with all these symbols, well, not deliberately originally, but it's kind of symbolic of the encumbrances in life that you have if you're a monarch.
I don't think this is it. He had another thing he said that was really rather interesting. But he was like, basically, I didn't expect him to like defend the monarchy. I thought he was going to be like, eh.
Could you just tell me what you thought
of the Bible? So it's a very touching sermon. He's quite.
No, it's not it. Okay. I saw it in a YouTube short, so I don't know what happened to it. But basically he was like, he said, I'd rather have a king than a president or some other head of state that half of the country supports and half detests. Because at least the royals are for everybody and for nobody. Like nobody put them there, but they're for everybody. So we can all kind of gather around them as like our head representative of our country, and it's just beyond politics. That's in theory. The problem is a lot of people don't exactly love jolly old King Charles. So I don't think it's like the Queen. Probably 85% of people or 90% of people or 95% of people loved it or loved the Queen, but I don't think the number's that high for the King. Correct me if I'm wrong, Brits. But my understanding is that not many Brits are that infatuated with the King and his delightful sausage fingers. Like, so I get what he was saying, but I just don't think it plays out. The royals no one likes, and I'm a Brit. Yeah, it seems like it's one of those like posh things where people like the monarchy if they are close to it and get to benefit like the social status of being in that sphere. So if you're a celebrity, you're probably much more likely to enjoy or approve of the monarchy because you're probably being invited to like the various castles for events and stuff like that. Whereas like your everyday Joe Schmo who's like struggling to pay their electric bill and can't afford food in the UK now, is like, no, screw this. Why are we reprinting all of our money for a guy nobody really likes? Like, what? I don't know. Is it because of Princess Diana? Yeah, I think that's it. He's also always just been a punk. He also is like huge into like a lot of quack science. So he's huge into the like Green Revolution crap, which is like believing that you should get rid of and make illegal all pesticides and things. Policies which everybody agrees, if you enacted them, would cause like a third of the Earth's population to starve to death. And he's like, yeah, but I think it's important, don't you think, to protect Mother Earth? It's like, for one, none of these policies would protect Mother Earth. You just kill a lot of people. And two, you don't know what you're talking about. You've never worked a hard day's work in your life. I remember I saw the video of like his former butler, one of his butlers. And the butler was like, oh, he's used to a certain standard of life. I would have to prepare his toothbrush and put the toothpaste on the toothbrush for him and leave it there. And then he would come in, brush his teeth, set it down, not even rinse it off himself, set it down. And then the butler had to go rinse it off for him and clean it off. Or like at one point he knocked a letter off of a desk and the letter fell on the ground. And he called for his butler from the next room to have the butler come in, walk all the way to the desk, pick the piece of paper, the letter, whatever it was, up off the floor and put it in the waste bin. Like you're talking about another level of spoiled brat. Except he's like 70, 80 years old. I don't know how old he is, but, or as he calls it, mummy-o. Mummy-o. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Anyway. So that's a thing. I found that I like the UK, in terms of think to a certain extent, like the history, the culture is interesting to me. However, of course, I haven't lived there, so I don't know what the day-to-day is like. So you guys probably have day-to-day stuff, but I would bet good money that the American version of what Britain is like is highly, highly romanticized. It's highly inflated. It's probably not quite that magical, because everybody in the US, I think, imagines that Brits just sit around in London drinking tea and crumpets, and then they vacation. They holiday at castles in Scotland and things, and it's like, no. not really what most people are doing, believe it or not. Oh man, to be fair, if I had personal servants that would do everything for me, I probably would do the same thing. Yeah, I physically cannot fathom being raised since a wee babe, with that level of just coddling. Like, literally has never had to do anything himself. Like, you think, oh, I had to make my own lunches in school, or I needed to walk to the bus stop, or I needed to, like, deal with anxiety on the first day of school, of like not knowing if I could make my make friends or anything. He's literally never had any of that, because he's always been, oh, he's going to be king one day. Become friends with him. Everybody swarms him to be his friend in school, and then everything is prepped for him. He's driven to everywhere he wants by his private chauffeurs and security. Like, about as cushioned as you could possibly be. At least, like, you could say somebody who is super, super insulated and kind of out of touch, like Michael Jackson. At least you could say that he was raised poor and was raised before they became super successful, which was pretty early on, but at least he was raised for part of his life sort of normal, as like a Jehovah's Witness. But King Charles literally has never had a day of worry or concern in his entire life. Even something as horrible as the day that your mother dies, for him, was sort of probably kind of an exciting day, because it meant that he was going to be king finally. So even something like that is not as like, oh my God, my mom died. It's like, oh no. Jolly goodness. I just would like to imagine that's how he talks and thinks of things. This was something funny I saw. People have started believing this footage and saying that Starfield, okay, this is the other thing we've got to touch on. Hold on, Starfield. Because I've seen this all over in like some TikToks we posted and stuff. It's unbelievable. Like, it's so infuriatingly stupid. So one thing people have started to see and started to do, okay, this is like really, really dumb, but okay, hold on. Hey, let me catch up on chat and then we'll move in. I'm all over the place. I stayed in a little town called Wallingford for a while I was in college, and it was awesome. The couple that owned the house invited me over for legit tea time with all the fixings. See, that sounds awesome. I will tell you, we straight up looked at like castles for sale in Scotland, and these things are very cheap compared to what real estate is in Colorado, like where I live. Like, look at this. Look at this. Aberdeenshire, 1.25 million. Now, granted, this is pounds, so it's sort of monopoly money, but still. 1.25 million. You want to know, like, what this gets you in Colorado? Slightly above, like, a shack. Hold on. Well, I guess we had this pulled up from when, like, that other stream when we were looking in Florida. Okay, like, look at this. A freaking mansion castle. Or you could go to Florida and get like this. Which, this is a nice house. I mean, this is a $1.4 million house. Better be a nice house. Or you could get a freaking castle. A villa. 1.5 million. Sterlingshire. Now, granted, there's a lot of expenses. Paying for this house and keeping this house up is going to be a lot cheaper than keeping this house up and like taking care of. Okay, so this thing is not as simple as you pay this and you're done. It's way more complicated. But like, it's freaking stupid how different real estate is. In the US, it's just insane. It's just madness. But my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, people in the UK or, you know, surrounding countries, is it the case that in the UK, the standard for most people is just to rent? Is that just what most people do? Because my understanding is that not many people, especially under like 50, actually own houses. Whereas in the US, the banks have tried very hard to get people to the point where everybody goes and gets like their own house, because then they make money on every single person. So I know like multiple people in their 20s and a lot of people in their 30s who have their own houses. They shouldn't. They can't really afford it, but they do. In this economy, absolutely. Well, and that's the other thing, is I've heard that the living expenses are just god awful. You're either rich or you're poor. There is no middle class, which sucks. That's a chateau, not a castle. Sorry, apologies. My sincerest apologies. If we ever moved to the UK or went there for an extended period of time, I just want you guys to know that I would start talking like that, and you guys would have to deal with it, okay? Ah, yes. Welcome to the stream. Basically start talking like Tim Curry in Rocky Horror Picture Show. Come up to the lab and see what's on the slab. What could go wrong? You know? YouTuber Luke Stevens sees his audience crater to 1/10 of what it was before, simply because he started speaking with a forced, contrived, made-up English accent upon vacationing there for 3 days. Oh, it would be so funny. Oh man. Yeah, renting is the only way in the UK at the moment. Buying a house is only possible if you have family wealth. Yeah. Well, you guys remember Cami? We used to do videos and streams with Cami all the time. She's in the UK, and she had like all sorts of funny little insights and stuff. I really enjoyed talking with her, but she was saying how it's just utter madness. Like, there's a lot of frustration with the younger generation in the UK, where people want to own houses. They want to do that, but it's just so freaking expensive. They're like, what? Like, how do we even begin? Like, where do you even start? And I get that. I mean, I totally see it. Renting a 1-bedroom apartment in the US is like minimum $1,000 a month, which anyone working an hourly job can't achieve. Yeah, it pretty much everybody, not everybody. Okay, let me not exaggerate. A lot of people I know are starting to consider getting second jobs, are starting to consider moving back in with multiple roommates, simply because things are so expensive. And like, that's not that big of a deal if you're single, but imagine if you are like married, you have kids. That's not that straightforward. And I want to just be like very transparent and real with all of you real quick. I am so freaking thankful for where I am and what I get to do. Like, this is amazing. This, like, people say, oh, it's a dream come true. No, this is literally a dream come true. Like, when I was working as a janitor, when I was working at Best Buy, getting yelled at by snobby old people who don't know anything about tech, when I was working in real estate, dealing with like rich people I had to pretend were smart, I dreamt of the day that I would get to just sit down here, talk about video games, hang out with cool people from all over the world. And now it's real. And that's still humbling. It's amazing. I am so totally thankful. So don't ever get that twisted, okay? I really do appreciate all of you guys. This is a dream come true. And hearing all of these stories of people that are in spots where they're working jobs they hate and they still are very much struggling, is very, very humbling. You know, I wish there was something I could do. I wish I had like Mr. Beast money to go and help people out. We're not there yet, but I wish, you know. But in the meantime, you know, we're just trying to get ourselves to a position where we can be prepared for whatever comes next, you know. Anyway, enough of that cringe stuff. After a quick check, I found out that my $800 a month 2-bedroom flat is actually a pretty good price. Dude, that sounds really good. That sounds like in the US, a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment. Nikki and I stayed there until we moved in here. So like 2 years ago, it was like $1,650 a month. Not in like a hotly desired place either. This was like in the outskirts of a secondary city that like satellites a big city. And it was like $1,600, $1,650 a month. Plus utilities, plus all of that. And then now we know this because one of our friends was looking at moving into that same apartment complex. That same apartment, 2-bedroom, 1-bath in that same place was, I think they said like 1980 or something like that. It was just under $2,000 a month. And like 5 years ago, that place was maybe $1,200, maybe. Still very expensive. But I mean, for this, it's just madness. You gotta stop buying camera lenses for that Mr. Beast money. Yeah, for real, dude. I've been a good boy. I have my pile of Amazon returns upstairs. The only big upgrade that we've made to the stream or channel in the last like 3, 4, or 5 months has been switching over to AV1 for the stream so that we can start like streaming in 4K, which is pretty great. But yeah, I feel for everybody, man. It's not easy out there, and it is only getting more and more expensive. And it's gonna make me log in. So I feel for everybody. Man, I pay $1,500 a month for a small studio here in Amsterdam. Oh, boy, yeah. It's these hotly desired places. It's madness. Am I the only mod getting ignored? That's cringe. I've seen $2,250 for a 1-bed, 1-bath around Boston. Yeah, it's just part of it is that there's a lot of like single young people who are moving to like big cities for working in tech or whatever their job is that pays really well. And so they move there and they're fine with paying more in rent because it's just what they have to do. And then that inflates the prices for everybody else. But the problem is not everybody's working in tech. Not everybody works for Facebook or Google or any of these places. So you end up with like the really rich people who can afford that. And then you end up with totally broke people who have like 3 or 4 roommates in a studio apartment. Like, that's madness. I'm older than Luke by 2 years and still live with parents. Well, listen, man. I am where I'm at because I kind of had to force myself into this situation because of course I got married, had a kid, so I kind of have to figure it out real quick. If I didn't have those responsibilities tied to me, like living at home, man, there's a lot of financial benefits to that. I'd be scrimping and saving every penny I could, investing everything. Man, roommates in a studio? Yeah, I know somebody who has roommates in a studio because they insisted on living in Austin, which is very expensive. Oh yeah, by the way, Imperium, thank you. Don't forget to like the stream. People, if we get 100 likes, Luke will feed Rocky and I breadcrumbs in his basement. It's true. It's true. That's the only way, though. Otherwise, they gotta keep starving. I want to be financially responsible, but the RG ally has me a chokehold. That thing does intrigue me. It does intrigue me, for sure. Renting in New York is basically paying $3K a month and splitting it between 9 people to live in a 3-bedroom. One thing I heard Casey Neistat say once, which I thought was very accurate from what I can tell, is you don't live in New York, you survive in New York. Like, the only way you live in New York is if you are rich. Otherwise, you're just barely making it month to month. And some people love that. Some people love that hustle, that stress. They get used to it. The big city living, I can't stand it. It makes me want to jump off. Anyway, I don't like it. I like a little space. I like a little bit of quiet. But man, Luke, are you planning to open your own game studio? I'm not opposed to it. I think it'd be awesome. But there's a lot of pieces to that puzzle that have to come together before anything could happen. Like, you have to know the right people. You have to either independently have a metric butt ton of money, or you have to know other people that also have a metric butt ton of money and work together to do something. So what, like, a lot of these guys have done is, like, take the Ascendant Studios, the guys doing that first-person magic shooter, Immortals of Avium. That thing was like a passion project from the lead dev, the creative director. And then he went to investors. In this case, he had a really close friend that happened to run like a big private equity fund. And he went to him and said, hey, I want to make a game. And I've got 20 years of experience. I was the creative director on Dead Space. I can do this. Let me, like, pay me, give me the money, and we'll take care of it. And I was like, okay, sounds good. So he went, gave him a fat check. They opened a studio, and now 4 or 5 years later, they're releasing a game. However, that takes like 4 or 5 years. Like 4 or 5 years of burning cash for your first release. It's a lot. So, ever thought of experimenting with Unreal Engine with that monster PC you've got? Oh, I've thought about it. I might have messed around with it a little bit. I'm no expert, but I might have messed around with it a little bit. It's just, for all of these things, like, you have to have that really unique, crazy idea. You have to have the resources to do it. And then you have to spend years and years working on it, you know? So I'm not opposed to it, but, like, to just put that in perspective, realistically, if we were to do that, it would mean that I would... I mean, honestly, I would need to probably be at the point in my life where I own some investments that are cash flowing. So if I take time away from the YouTube channel to focus on that, I'm not going to starve. That would be the hope. So, need money to make money. Yep. That's why, like, everybody says the first 100,000 is the hardest to get. And then after that, the first million is very difficult. And then after that, the first billion is very it's like, okay, so it's just hard is what you're saying. But once you get the ball rolling, it's much easier to tackle. For some reason, Rocky, the message on my screen, I see in the YouTube chat preview thing, it shows a link, but on my screen, it's just blank text. Like, it's just nothing. Like, look, you see? I can't click on it. It's weird. Rumors have been going around that Spellbound is FromSoft's next game. There's even a request for a subreddit named after it. Watch Zeostorm's video on it if you get a chance. Interesting. You gotta respect FromSoft though. FromSoft just comes out and like whatever they want, they just do it. Like, yeah, we could make Bloodborne 2 and it would sell millions by millions by millions of copies, or we could just do whatever we want. Let's just do that. You know, you gotta respect it. You gotta respect it. Do you guys want to see a trailer that Imperium made for the channel? It's pretty intense. It's pretty intense. Oh, Rocky, this does actually look really interesting. Okay, we'll watch the trailer Imperium cut together, and then we'll see what Rocky sent us. And I can show you. I saw somebody mention we haven't seen that trailer you were gonna make for the Death Stranding Kojima thing. I may have tried to use AI to make something, and I'll show you that as well. Okay, this is the trailer that Imperium cut together. Okay.
In a world on the edge of destruction, deprived of any form of original content, when all that was left was pages and pages of hot tub streamers, and whatever the hell XQC is meant to be,
chicken?
one man stood at the edge of our dying world and said, "No more."
Welcome. Hey guys, welcome to the Luke Stevens stream. I'm a Twitch content creator. I really prioritize high production value. Subscribe to my OnlyFans. Oh, good. Whatever you're expecting, it's way worse. Oh man, you ready? I like it, you know, feeling nice and tight. You ruined everything, you stupid bitch. If it's real, this makes me incredibly erect. How's Skellige? How do you like Skellige, dude? Straight up don't have rhythm. They ain't got rhythm. No, I ain't got rhythm. No, I ain't got rhythm. No, I ain't got rhythm. Bitch. No, I ain't got. You spent a lot of time on this. Bitch. Maybe you do. Like, guys, Bethesda has literally never released a game that has not launched super broken. Ever. You just kind of like slightly fist him in the butt and then he's down. Fist him in the butt. Yeah, you heard me. You heard me. Of course, he had to put butters on there. I know what's up. I get around. Grab his dick and twist it. Daddy, chill. Daddy, chill. It's empty. Like, okay. What was that? You were supposed to say hello.
Our technician John went to his machine where everything would be processed locally.
My buddy is ready.
Banana.
What is going on? Burger. Buckle up. It's about to get cringe, dude. It's about to get cringe. Oh my god, is that a chicken? Oh my god. Dude, is that a chicken? Love it. What the hell is even that? No. No. I don't want you to because I don't like it. Stop it. No. I don't want to like make you feel bad because you tried. You're just bad at this. Secreting the juice. I killed the guy, and that's my secret. What's yours? I kind of would prefer to experience this like raw, without any twisted consent. Like I'd rather just go into it straight. I'm sorry. I guess I'm problematic. Bitch. This is pretty good, right? That's pretty good. It's pretty fire. You've ruined everything, you stupid bitch. Okay, now Rockies. That's pretty
Artificial
good.
intelligence.
Shout out to Imperium. Okay, what is this?
Artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence.
Artificial general intelligence.
Artificial intelligence.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special report.
In the past 6 months, AI has gone from something we only see in sci-fi movies
A machine.
to something so common that kids are using it to do their homework.
There is also something to be said. I listened to like a whole thing from the Google engineer that quit. It's like a whole interview. And his whole thing was that what everybody's calling AI now is just kind of like a pop culture term for another thing. It's like, yeah, it's like whatever the term is. It's like mass, like language learning models or something, like MLLMs, I think. So it's like, yeah, it's technically AI, but it's like a bunch of other stuff too. Oh yes, thank you, Rocky. Link the hold on. Where's YouTube chat? Boop. This is the video. Okay. Yeah, it's just not showing links on this screen when I post them. That's weird. So there's that. However, if we go mid-journey, there's also a lot of other AI that is developing at the same level, at the same decent pace, which is kind of complicating all of this as well. And I think that that's why it seems like things are moving so quickly, because there's just a lot of different little things happening all at the same time. Like if I show you like these, you remember I showed you guys, or I told you guys that story of wanting to make like a trailer for a fake Hideo Kojima game that was all going to be about, like, you know, Sam Porter Bridges comes out and then crying tears made of gummy bears and stuff. Well, like, I put it into Midjourney, just telling it to be like, try to make something that looks like that in the style of Death Stranding in the Decima engine, next generation, PS5, 4K, blah, blah, blah. And like, while it's not exactly what I was imagining, it's actually done like a decent job. If you like cut this and then said this is a leaked screenshot from one of the trailers, I like, not knowing that this was made in Midjourney, I might believe you. This one's just Russell Crowe. But like, none of these are real. There's like a little bit of Mads Mikkelsen in this. Like his mouth looks like Mads' mouth, but then it's a different face. It's very weird. The whole thing is just very uncanny. But this is what it came up with, thinking that they were crying tears made of gummy bears. It didn't really know what to do with it, which I can understand, because what does that even mean? But it does like a pretty decent job. The other one I'll show you was just funny because I saw it pop up. Somebody was generating this while I was generating these, and I thought it was funny. They asked it to design Kermit the Frog in World War II. You see all the Kermits behind him running around. There's just something about this image that is just deeply, deeply funny to me. But again, like, this is AI generated. This is not real. It's madness. It's madness. Or this one. It's just so freaking weird. There's weird artifacting occasionally. Like you see this one, it put a weird line above his eyes for some reason. I don't know what that's about or why it thought to do that. Or this one, it thought the eyes go through the hoodie. So that's like little cutouts in the hoodie to do that. This one's just like, these are both kind of haunting. Kermit the Frog there. But like, it's crazy what this AI stuff can do now. It's utter madness. And it is transforming the way we tackle all of this stuff. I mean, pretty much everything in any of the art spaces is fundamentally changing. As I've said before, like I've tried using some of this stuff in our workflow. You guys remember we did that stream of Dead Island 2? Well, I realized YouTube was automatically flagging any videos for demonetization that used like wallpapers and images of Dead Island 2 because they didn't like the game. It was gory and they thought that it wasn't advertiser friendly. So they, I had Midjourney generate some AI art of a zombie on a beach in LA. It generated this, and then we used this as the thumbnail for the video. And this has never been seen or created before. Like, it's madness. It's utter madness. Or another one we did, we tried the Todd Howard thing. Or like this. Like, this isn't real. This was me asking Portrait of Geralt of Rivia in the style of Wes Anderson. And like it generated this. Like, this will fundamentally change how all of this stuff works. I don't think it gets rid of concept artists. I think those people will still have jobs, but it's going to be different because you won't need 20 concept artists to create the art trying to like replicate what you are trying to do. Instead, you'll probably have like 1 or 2 that create the art in the art style, and then you can feed that into Midjourney and say, in this art style, generate 30 different pictures at these locations with this type of thing, with this weather, and it can spit it out in 30 seconds versus weeks of work for an AI or for a concept art team. So it is changing everything. It just is. And at this point, I don't think there's any stopping it. There's discussions of like regulations, but as far as I can tell, there's no way to like regulate all of this quickly, like with 80-year-old politicians doing it. Like, come on. Do you really think that like you can explain this to Joe Biden and get him to understand the severity and importance of dealing with this? I don't think you can. Or like King Charles. You think you can explain to King Charles, listen, my lord, I think you need to tackle this and do this, this, and this. And, you know, AI is important as a tool, but it's also crucial to protect the jobs of independent creators and artists. And either he's just going to ban it outright and be like, okay, in the UK, no AI anything, which good luck UK if that happens, or good luck US if Joe Biden does that or finds a way to get that bill passed. Because this is the future. And if one country's not using it, guess who else is going to be using it? Every other country. Okay, so like if the US stops using Midjourney and they outlaw it, it's still going to very much be a thing. And it's only getting better, you know, day by day. They just updated it with V5, which has like crazy accurate humanoid figures. So like hands are really accurate. They trained a ton on hands because hands in previous versions didn't look quite right. And I mean, you can see what the quality level is. Like if you told me that this was something that like a college student designed, I'd believe you. Like seeing that this is something generated in Midjourney is wild. And it could probably use some touch-ups, maybe circle out the eyes a little bit, tweak the pupils. But like this stuff, generating images that look like they're within a game engine, all video game leaks are about to get insane. Everything. Because somebody can just generate. My understanding, though, is that you can do reverse image searches and figure out if something did come from Midjourney. So there should still be a way to check if stuff is just outright faked. But eventually people get, you know, ways to work around that. But it's all madness. Joe Biden would say, send the military. He'd be like, go get Corn Pop. Was that the guy's name in that story he told? Corn Pop? I think it was. Go get Corn Pop. Corn Pop will we'll figure it out.
Is this something that students are only going to use to cheat? No one predicted.
And I won't say who. I spoke to somebody last night that used Snapchat AI to write most of their like college paper. It was like a lit paper on some book. I don't remember the book, but it was on just a book. And then he typed in, like, we could probably do a like demo of this. So like, or this is a good one. Last night I was like, hey, can you write an alternative ending to Adam and Eve, the story of Adam and Eve? And it creates this whole other story of like Adam and Eve becoming like basically the guardians of the earth, and God using them as like the new angels. And like, it just writes this out of nowhere for you. Or like we could do this. Let's do reasoning speed, conciseness, reasoning, conciseness. Let's just do 3.5. And let's ask it, can you summarize, oh my God, summarize. I went to school in the US. Lay off me. Can you summarize the book, The Intelligent Investor by Benjamin Graham in a clean, bullet pointed list? And it just does it for you. So like, you could read the book. This gives you like the quick things. And if you're writing a college paper, you just do this. And so what he did is he went into Snapchat AI and he was like, what is the takeaway from this? Or was this author considered controversial? Or like we could ask, what are the common refutations to Nietzsche's works? I don't even know. I think that's how you spell Nietzsche. No, it's Nietz. Okay. Anyway. And then like right here, it just basically spits out common refutations. Criticism of Nietzsche's influence. Some critics argue that Nietzsche's ideas have been misinterpreted and misapplied, leading to negative consequences. For example, some have argued that Nietzsche's philosophy has been used to justify fascism and other forms of authoritarianism. Criticisms of his morality. Another common criticism of Nietzsche is that his rejection of traditional morality leads to immoral or amoral philosophies. Critics argue that Nietzsche's emphasis on individualism and the pursuit of power and self-interest can lead to a disregard for the well-being of others. Like, it just does all of this, and then you could ask it to expand on this, and then it just writes papers for you. So I can't even imagine what it's like to be a school teacher right now. It's got to be a nightmare, because I'm sure probably 85 to 90% of the papers that teachers are getting are mostly written by these AI tools. Like, let's just be honest. And I don't know how they can tell. Some people will be like, hey, can you write me a 1,000-word essay, ChatGPT? Can you do that? And I think it will. And then it spits it out and does it. Cool. But then other times people will do like what I just did, and they'll pull it up and play around with it a little bit and mess with it and rewrite parts of it. And at that point, it's like, yeah, Tite's saying, it's just kind of like a tool for reference, and they can't really do anything about it. It's just like finding those Spark Notes posts that break down in very precise and easy to read and digest formats what exactly, you know, the story's about. So it's a tricky thing, but the whole world's changing. This whole thing's changing. Okay. It's madness. Kim, it's good to see you. I got your thing sorted. I don't know if you saw the email, but I got it all sorted, so it should be on its way. Imperium, I gotta sign off. Gotta work, or gotta be up for work in a few hours. Hope you all have a great stream. We'll watch the rest of the VOD tomorrow at work. Thanks for sharing that trailer, Luke. You got rhythm. Thank you, Imperium, and well done on it, my friend. That was awesome.
Did AI to take off this fast?
Damn, these things are fast.
And any assumptions made about its progression has been way off.
What constitutes artificial intelligence? I think you'd get a lot of different answers.
The world is being upended. Every single industry will be affected. But I thought video games would be one of the last. I was wrong. AI is taking over storytelling, dialogue, concept art, modeling, animation, music development, and more. And to prove it, in the span of only a few hours, my friend Jared and I were able to create this simple 2D side-scroller using only AI and Unreal Engine. What would have taken weeks worth of work in the past took us only a few hours. First, we wrote the story, lore, and dialogue using ChatGPT. And then we had 11 labs do the voiceover. Second, we used Midjourney to create the concept art and models for our backgrounds, hero, and NPCs. We also just cut a chunk out of the characters, so when we made the animations, it looked like they moved. Not bad. Third, for music, we used SoundDraw. And lastly, the best part, we didn't need to write a single line of code. We just used Unreal Engine scripting for everything. So with little to no training on Unreal Engine and AI tools, we created Etheria, the Shrouded Realm. Is it perfect? No. Some of the art doesn't fully match, and our hero Lumina can't do much more than move and jump. But with some love and attention, I bet we can make a simple game in a few weeks. And if two buffoons can do this with a few hours, what can industry experts do with hundreds? Almost every job in game development will be affected.
Maybe we'll finally get games out in less than 5 to 60 years. Who knows? I do think there are implementations of this that could get crazy with, like, I don't know, the tricky, like, what is, I guess maybe one of you guys knows, what is the most time-consuming element of game development right now? Like, what is making games take 5-6 years? Because, like, you think about it, it's like, well, it's probably not modeling. It's probably not the art. Is it balancing? Is it coding? Is it conceptualizing? Like, what is it that's taken games from 2 to 3 year turnarounds and inflated them to 5 to 6 year turnarounds? Or is it just that everything's gotten more complicated, you know? Is it polish? Well, if it was polish, I would hope that we would see more polished games, but so many of them launch broken now. So it seems like if they're trying to polish, they're doing a bad job of it. Making a narrative, yeah, maybe making a narrative, that could be it. Or I mean, what some people have said is it's just with the higher level of fidelity, the standard to which everything has to rise to be considered competitive has gotten way out of proportion. It's just things are way tougher to get to AAA standards or even AA standards than they used to be. So that, I mean, that could be it. Scope creep, yeah, maybe. I mean, and then the one thing is you got to hand it to teams like From Software. They seem to be able to keep focus pretty narrow, all things considered. I mean, they're able to figure out what they want to do and then they just get it done. And same with Insomniac. They've been able to figure it out and just pump it out. You know, it's just crazy. It's almost definitely pre-production and mechanics. Well, and so my question is just, if AI, like there are all of these AI tools, which granted, when used by newbies, look like crap because they're just quick AI tools that figure it out and like, oh, here's a basic animation, here's a basic background, here's this and that. That will never replace actual artists, right? But what could is using AI as tools to greatly increase productivity. And that's something that I think is much more likely, is you get a team like Rockstar and you give them AI tools to speed up the process of what they're doing. I mean, in a certain way, procedural generation of worlds and stuff is in a lot of ways the same kind of thing, where if you just procedurally generate a world, it probably doesn't give you the feeling of like a carefully crafted, well-designed world to explore. But if it's procedurally generated and then artists go in and tweak it and mess with it and rearrange it, then it feels like that. And that's just what we're talking about with the AI tools, where it works great when it's in the right hands, who can massage it and get it back into a position where it really works quite well, you know. Then they'll have then they will just fire half the team and it will take just as long. Maybe, yeah, tight. Or maybe they'll realize if they keep the same full team that they can just pump out twice as many games and hopefully make twice as much money. Maybe. Maybe, maybe not. Thank you, Kush. Thank you so much. Welcome to the members. I haven't come up with a good name for it, but thank you dearly. Thank you. Oops, I still had alerts muted from when we did the podcast. That's my bad. Who can grab it and twist it? Grab his dick and twist it. I would assume coding for all the possibilities in modern games without breaking them is super time consuming. I do think, Brett, that is a thing, and apparently problems with like Redfall and Jedi Survivor go back to the code system, and maybe they'll touch on it in this, but you see them using scripts. So these, like, Unreal Engine has this system for scripting, so you can just kind of drag stuff and you don't have to manually code it. But that is not super practical when you're trying to create a game on a AAA scale. You're going to have to manually code a lot of stuff. So what I understand it to be, and this could be totally wrong, but my understanding is that for a lot of development, these studios will use the scripting systems like this to get stuff working. And then after the fact, the programmers go back through and they'll basically write custom code for all of this stuff, which runs more efficiently. And that way that they can run at higher frame rates, they have less hitching, it runs better. However, if you don't schedule enough time, enough polish, going through and writing the code to replace all the blueprints, all the scripting and stuff can often introduce new issues or new performance issues that they didn't consider. And if they don't have time to fix it, you end up with a launch that is just super buggy and broken. So, the red flags. Yeah, welcome to the red flags. That works. Yeah, sorry. Maybe we should do shirts like that. I'm a proud red flag or something like that. We could do that. I do have more shirts coming. We did more designs. We have the Skeptic collection coming out. It's pretty good, if I do say so myself. I think the first few shirts show up today, so probably stream on Wednesday. I'll be in them. They're very cool. They're very cool. I'm very proud of them. I mean, they're super simple, but they're awesome. Did you see Wyatt Cheng making a full Flappy Bird game on ChatGPT? I didn't see that, but that doesn't surprise me at all. That's crazy.
Some sooner than others, some more than others. But we are about to see an AI revolution that will match the effects of the Industrial Revolution.
Hello?
No job is safe.
Truly, no job is safe. That's why you gotta go with it. Hello? What have you been doing? Playing pretty hard.
Playing. Baby shower thank yous.
Oh, yeah.
Yay!
Yeah.
Lachlan, we came down to say bye to Dada. He's like, no, I came down to play with Daddy's toys.
Where are you going?
We're gonna run to Target.
Okay.
Get some diapers. And a rug, maybe.
Okay.
And a coffee.
Ooh.
And some shelves. And some Tupperware. And some organizational stuff. And maybe a couch. I'd like a recliner. Maybe some pillows.
I would unironically like a love seat.
I want one, actually.
Yeah.
Bad.
But I'm worried if we get a love seat,
the cats will destroy it.
The cats will destroy it. Finley, okay, Finley, you guys know Finley, the big white cat that we have, the big meaty boy. He is like one of the most spiteful animals. If he's grumpy with you because like you forgot to give him a treat that day or something like that, he will just vomit. Just to prove a point. Be like, I'm not happy with you. Blah.
Well, that was the last baby. Like, usually he'll just vomit where you walk. Like, he knows, he's like, oh, they walk here. Let me vomit. It's a red flag.
Yeah, he's got the red flag.
But when we brought Lachlan home for the first time, he would wait outside our bedroom door until I woke up in the morning, came out, and he would greet me and be like, oh, hello. Blech, like right in front of me on the carpet. It was like there was no hidden agenda there. It was very clear he was not happy.
Yeah. But it makes it so we can't get anything nice or new. Otherwise, he'll just destroy it.
Pretty much.
Hey, what are you
Essentially, we're
grabbing?
in a chokehold with our cats.
Oh, that's a wax melt.
Once we no longer have pets
nice.
and they have passed on, we can have nice things.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Taking the wax melts out.
Oh.
We gotta leave it in there. It stays there. Do you want to show everybody your red flag?
You show everybody? You say hi to everybody?
Hi, buddy.
That shirt is so big on him, but it's so stinking cute.
Do you want to say hi to everybody or bye to everybody? Hi, everybody.
Bye.
Yeah.
You want to tell them what we did upstairs? His entire massive diaper change. We whispered the whole time.
Oh, yeah.
It's like Sims language. Okay.
Why does Daddy have more toys than me? That's a very good question. That's a very good question. Are you playing games? He's got the controller. He's just pressing the buttons. Will you go have fun with Mama? Yeah.
Wanna go have a good time? Should we go get coffee?
Coffee. Okay. Can I have a hug? Bye-bye? Can I have a hug?
Has Luke been working out? Those biceps are actually weapons of mass destruction. Woo!
Hey, can I have
Just
a hug?
picking up babes.
Can I have a hug, please?
Not you. I'm too heavy. Are you gonna have any time to play games with two kiddos running around soon?
Nap time, baby!
There's also a thing called a job. And sometimes people have jobs. And you make it work. It just so happens that my job is wrangling those two kids. But here's the thing is my job is doubling and I don't get a raise. So that's cool.
I was like, oh, her raise is getting to go and buy rugs and shelves. That's her raise.
With a screaming toddler in a cart.
Well, if he gets
life
a...
taketh and life giveth.
They make like little... I'm scared to say it, but let's just say it's like a little dessert on a stick.
And it's a ball.
In a sphere shape.
From the Bucks.
Yeah. And it's very, very good. He loves them dearly.
It
And if
makes
he
me
has
feel
one,
like a crap
he's fine.
parent every time he has one. Because I'm like, yeah, I'm bribing my kid to get through the store, but it makes him so happy.
You have to go bye-bye with Mama.
I have set up my channel. It has been set up on Twitch. I've got all my stuff together. It's a real poopy setup, but it's real fun.
It's pretty cute.
It's pretty cute. It looks like I'm in like a high school bed. I'm in the guest room upstairs. So it looks like a high school bedroom. It's fun. And I was gonna start last Tuesday, but I think I'm gonna try to start this Tuesday. So we see. We see.
It'll be fun. Oh, take a ride with me. Thank you. It's very generous. Can you say thank you? Where'd you go? Can you say thank you? Thank you.
Say, Dad,
Take a
stop
ride
going
with
around
me.
like that.
Super
You don't know
chatted
where I am.
$13.40.
You're going around
Bless
over
you
my
and your
toes.
family, Luke.
Yes, thank you. Very generous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, you head out with Mama?
Lachlan,
Oh, yeah.
can you say awesome?
Awesome.
Awesome, awesome,
Can you say
awesome.
bye-bye?
Let's go bye-bye. Huh? Can you help me do the laundry real quick? Come on. Let's not completely destroy Dad's DVD.
It's got to get tossed around a little bit. I mean, that's part of
A
it.
little is fine. The
A little's
whole
fine.
thing?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I never see how I look until I look at this. And I'm like, oh, wow.
There's a baby in there. Chill
There's a
out.
Ooh, the figure. Well, bam.
Yeah, there's a baby.
That's it. I'm not going. Lachlan, come on.
Bye-bye.
Can you get Daddy a kiss?
He's like, I'm moving too quick. You get a blow. You get a blow kiss. Love you too. Have fun.
Where's the car?
It's just out
Is it on the
front.
street?
Yeah, on the curb. Yeah. Or I think it's just in the driveway. Yeah. I have a big pile of trash in the garage from cleaning it yesterday, so we weren't parking the car in the garage, and now we're all thrown off. Anyway, thank you. That was very generous. Damn those conversion rates. Yeah, no, dude. But it's very generous. It's very you don't even start with me. Don't even start with me.
Why didn't we see this coming? Well, we did, kind of. We just got it wrong. You see, years ago, I discovered Google's futurist Ray Kurzweil and his paper that he wrote in 2001 called The Law of Accelerating Returns. This paper outlines Kurzweil's theory that the rate of technological progress is accelerating, and pretty soon, most jobs will be replaced by AI.
Which is actually kind of interesting because I think a lot of people have the perception that technological progress has been slowing. Because at least it feels like, again, never trust how you feel, but it feels like it used to be the case that there were just countless things happening all the time. Like, oh, we just got the iPhone 3GS with this crazy high conversion speeds and everything. And then we get the next generation of it, and it now has like wild, insane cameras. And now we have Siri added to it as well. It felt like there were constantly things changing in consumer electronics. And now it just feels like things are like incrementally better. And maybe it's just that we're getting updates less regularly or something. I don't know. Or maybe we're just used to it. But it feels like things have slowed. But I think the difference is consumer electronics kind of hit a plateau for like 5-6 years. And now we're starting to feel the effects of like the AI stuff that's really improving and changing how this works. But I don't know. It is interesting because this is not what I've perceived things as going. But it also follows in line with like I heard of Elon Musk talking about the effect of androids. Because my whole thing, like the only reason I actually just sold it today, but the only reason I owned shares in Tesla until today was because I'm interested in their robotics program, in their autonomous worker program, to have androids that can basically do manual labor for you. I think that really changes the world. Like once you have AI controlled robots and androids like iRobot that can do your house chores for you, that can go do the gardening, that can clean your garage for you. Once we have that, the world is never the same. And Tesla's working on that. The other guys that are working on it, like Boston Dynamics, they have those crazy robots that can do crazy things, but they're now owned by Hyundai and Hyundai's parent corporation, but that's traded on other exchanges, so you can't really buy them easily in the US unless you are buying like $10,000 at a time, in which case you have to go to Fidelity and get like their rep to buy it for you. It's like a whole thing. But Tesla's been working on it, and that's why I've been interested in Tesla. But one thing that Elon was asked about is they were like, what is the long-lasting effect of those androids? And he said, well, certainly it would put people out of work, like everybody. Because 90% of the jobs that require manual labor or physical labor and things like that are no longer needed. The robots can do it just as well or way better because they don't get tired. And they don't have the thing in their head where they would rather go do something fun. They just don't have that. And so everybody's like, okay, so it puts everybody out of work. Like, how does that fix anything? He said, well, with that greatly increasing productivity, that would be the point when like a universal wage becomes standard. Where in the, like, say in the US, those are introduced, and everywhere you go, Home Depot, McDonald's, Starbucks, everywhere. It's all run, sporting events, everything is run by these androids and then a few people to control them. At that point, everybody just gets a basic universal wage and just gets to live their lives however they want. In theory. Detroit Become Human did this, where they said like, yeah, you'll get a universal wage probably, but inevitably people will turn to drugs because idle hands are the devil's workshop, and people are going to get in trouble, and it might not be the utopia that you think of. Yeah, exactly, James. Detroit. So there's a ton of interesting implications to this until they revolt. Yeah. And that is one thing that, like, the one thing I'll give credit for, the owners and heads of Google have said their goal as a company is not to just maximize shareholder profits. It's not to just maximize the bottom line. The goal of Google is to create generalized artificial intelligence, or general artificial intelligence, which basically means just to have the supercomputer that knows everything and decides everything for humans, and is like the ultimate intelligence that works with humanity, or that rather humanity works with, to conquer the galaxy. That's Google's goal. Noble or scary, whatever you think, doesn't really matter, but that's their goal. And they don't really care about the long-term implications or ethical implications. The one thing you got to give Elon credit for is that he's freaking terrified of what that could go and lead to. So he's much more concerned about, like, okay, well, how do we prevent this thing from growing out of control? How do we prevent it from having all of these problems, you know? Because clearly when you leave these AI tools and systems by themselves, they get into trouble. Like that, what was the AI tool? There was an AI tool that they released that within like a day or two started spouting like very racist stuff and like Holocaust denialism and all sorts of stuff, just out of nowhere, because they just left it to its own vices, and people started messing with it and talking to it. They convinced this AI to buy into Holocaust denialism. So like, these AIs can get out of control really, really quickly if you don't have those proper stopgaps in it, you know.
In his paper, Kurzweil explains that first jobs removed by AI would be physical, repetitive jobs. This made sense. We've seen this play out with factory workers being replaced by robots. Kurzweil then goes on to explain that
nothing new. It'll just be more complicated tasks like filleting fish or working in a warehouse and stuff like that. That's going to be further automated.
Second type of jobs to be replaced are...
Was it the Google one? Okay.
Cognitive, repetitive work. This also made sense. This is software companies like QuickBooks for accounting or Unity for game development. Okay, if that's where we are now, AI and machine learning taking over mentally repetitive jobs, what's next? Well, Kurzweil predicted the following jobs that would be taken over would be physical, non-repetitive, meaning jobs like construction, surgeons, or chefs, with the last wave of jobs taken by AI being cognitive, non-repetitive, like art, writing, and coding. This all made perfect sense. Yeah, it's hard to be a surgeon, but we already have robots helping them out, and there's no way an AI can create a beautiful art piece or a gorgeous melody, right?
Right?
Wrong. The next jobs taken weren't the physical non-repetitive, but the cognitive. As we saw with our little game Etheria, everything from art to writing to music to coding can be done with AI.
And let me be clear, I think the reason why that swapped is not because the AI is incapable of doing it. It's because robotics has just stagnated. There's been very, very little progress made in the robotics space for activities such as that, really dynamic, variable, non-repetitive tasks. I think they'll get there. It's just taking a while. Probably because it's more expensive and more difficult to create and iterate robots over and over again versus AI that you can train like the equivalent of thousands of years in the span of like a few minutes.
The creatives are being out-created. I mean, how can you compete? I can pay someone thousands of dollars for a few drawings, or pay a few cents for hundreds of mock-ups in whatever styles I want. Want a beach in style Van Gogh? Here's 4. Wish you could see what Bowser looked like as a human in real life? It's uncanny. The rapid pace of AI's evolution is unprecedented, and companies are cutting corners to get into the AI game. Everyone wants a piece, and it's scaring the britches off prominent tech leaders like Steve Wozniak and Elon Musk.
We need to regulate AI safety frankly, because it is, I think, actually a bigger risk to society than cars or planes or medicine.
Many of these leaders are calling to pause all development of AI right now.
The thing that freaks me out about that, though, is like, do you really think China will pause development on it? Do you really think, oh no, the US regulators don't want us doing this, oh, we gotta stop? No. So like, if the US stops working on it, the US is just gonna be behind. Yes, I don't know, but that's why these are really tricky questions. It's not as simple as like, well, just ban it, because we might ban it, but these other countries won't ban it, and then we'll end up way ahead of everybody else.
They fear that the sudden wave of AI innovations and money behind it will blind those creating these models, creating a future eerily similar to Deus Ex or Ex Machina. And just like the scientist in Ex Machina who is persuaded to release the AI from its captivity, people today are being manipulated by AI. Just take a look at this story of a guy who fell in love with an AI, or Bing's chatbot conversation with this New York Times reporter.
I'm uncomfortable. They'll stop. This one did not stop. It kept going. It kept telling me that it was in love with me and trying to get me to say that I loved it back.
Oh, hell no!
People are losing the ability to tell the difference between humans and AI. I can't even imagine how game companies are going to try combating this. I mean, imagine you're playing a game and you have a bot on your team. Right now, it looks something like this. But now imagine a highly intelligent AI bot. You're playing a game of League.
It's like shit talking you. Dude, that'd be awesome. Imagine if they start adding to like non-playable characters to AI controlled characters in games. They train them to like COD lobbies how to shit talk. Dude, that would be amazing. Oh, you know what? Yeah, screw more intelligent pathing or tactics and strategies in the game. Bring me AI trash talking. That's what I need. That's going to be the next level.
Someone in the chat is raging at you. There's no way you think that was a bot. It'll feel so real. But that's the thing. We won't be able to tell the difference between humans and bots. We'll never know if an online friend is real anymore. Let's just do what Elon Musk says and stop. Just pause the development of all AI products. But the problem is, there's no stopping AI now, with or without the proper failsafes. The floodgates are open. People are pushing out AI-centric products left and right. Even if the government stepped in and tried to stop the wave, people would still find a way to get their hands on these AI models. Not to mention, people all over the world are developing AI. So AI is the future, and it cannot be stopped.
What's really going to happen is the rule followers might pause, might slow down, but the rule breakers, as Alexander mentioned, the totalitarian governments, the criminal organizations, they're only going to accelerate.
People will...
That's what I'm saying. You can say, I'll just ban it. It's not that simple.
Be manipulated, and many will lose their jobs. We are at the beginning of the AI revolution. And just like the Industrial Revolution that brought us cars, planes, and large cities, so much is going to change, and we have little idea of what's in store. That being said, I bet we can predict the near future. Based off current trends, I believe in the next few years that lower skilled employees at game studios will lose their jobs to AI. Already, certain AI models can pass as entry-level engineers at prominent companies, not to mention other entry-level jobs like sales, marketing, and customer support. So entry-level jobs across the board will be automated. However, to bring a little positivity to all this also means jobs will be created. We will need people to use these great AI tools and really optimize their output. It's not easy getting ChatGPT to write me the perfect dialogue or Midjourney to create the perfect concept art. The output still feels generic or looks AI generated.
I just can't get my nose right.
So I believe AI will actually create more higher skilled jobs. We will need people telling AI what to create, and we will need people to fix what is created. For example, let's say I want to make the concept art for an elf character. She should have red hair, green eyes, and I want her hair to be blowing with the wind and leaves. All right, cool. Here's my prompt for Midjourney. Let's see what I get. All right, not bad. Pretty incredible actually that it only took me 30 seconds to get some beautiful art. But maybe I want the elf to have a style more similar to Zelda. So I make the adjustment, a few more choices pop up. Nice. This looks to be going in the right direction. I feel like the bottom left one works best for what I'm going for. So let's blow it up. Okay, now that it's bigger, I can see a problem. I don't love the middle necklace, and it looks like her left eye is kind of blue, not really green. I'm gonna pass this image off to someone good with Photoshop to try to fix it for me.
Now we getting somewhere.
It's perfect. And it only took a few minutes. This feels like the future of game development. You know, I'm not positive, but the way I see it is a game concept or idea will be passed from company executives to department directors like the art director, music director, or head of development. Those leaders will then illustrate the vision and give their teams an outline for what needs to be done. From there, an AI engineer will start creating mock-ups to fit that vision. The mock-ups will then be passed off to the experts in that department to tweak, polish, and finalize, who then pass it off to the team lead for sign-off, creating a cycle for generating game content. Will this be applied to every department? Probably not. I doubt development teams have AI writing much code for the time being, and I'm pretty sure you can't use AI to automate HR disputes.
Michael!
It would be really funny though, because the AI doesn't care. The AI is going to be like very, very, very chill. I can link the video again. We linked it earlier. We've just been covering it for like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, probably more than that. So it's like a whole thing. But yeah, here, I can link it again. Give me a second. There we go. Michael?
Oh, that's funny. Michael?
So we still need humans, and we will for a while. But even when AI can do all of our jobs better than us, I still believe we will want humans making our games. And the best example of this is Red Dead Redemption 2.
They chased us from the west, they chased us over the mountains.
Red Dead Redemption 2 was one of the greatest games of all time. The locations were inspired by real places, people are always singing, dancing, playing games, or arguing in the game, and the world just feels real most of the time. But what made this game critically successful wasn't the landscape, the NPCs, or real-world mechanics. It was the story. As you follow Arthur Morgan, a member of the Van der Linde gang, you feel the tensions rise between Dutch and Arthur. Every moment captivates you, and you begin to care about the people involved. So much so, you'd have to be a stone-cold killer to not feel something watching that sunrise. And that's the key. AI can mimic human feelings, but it will never understand them. We need humans to create games so we can have human experiences. It's why games made by 3 people can outperform a game made by thousands. It's not about the quantity, but the quality. It's also why No Man's Sky at launch was so pitiful. Yeah, you could explore thousands of worlds generated by AI, but what do I gain from that? Who cares how big and expansive your world is if I'm not experiencing something fun or unique in that world? Focus first on the experience and the feelings of your player, then build from there. I'm totally fine playing a game that takes 3 hours to beat. Don't make games that have 40 hours worth of content, but only 4 hours worth of fun.
Somebody told me like Breakpoint is actually pretty good now. Is that true, or are they capping? Are they capping? I think they're capping. I mean, I generally agree. I think the usefulness of AI is not going to be in just like hitting a button and then it makes Red Dead Redemption 3. I don't think we'll ever really get there. But what I do think will happen is that this stuff is going to be phenomenally useful as a tool that artists can use in conjunction with other things. So it's not going to just be like full stop, this is it, we're good. There's going to be a matter of how you use this that is a real factor. No, it's still bad, not yet. Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, I don't think it's better. This is coming from somebody I know that like is very passionate about terrible games. Okay, so like it's his thing is that he likes bad games.
Pack it in, simplify. This is a problem so many developers deal with. They focus too much on what they are creating that they forget to ask, why are they creating it? We don't need more bloated messes with terrible gameplay loops. Yes, it's easier than ever to just add that cool feature or mechanic to a game with Unreal or Unity. But I don't care about a day and night cycle if the gameplay is terrible. Too many developers just throw the buffet at the player, hoping they'll like something. But this way of thinking is detrimental to the player and the developer. Games are easier than ever to make. And as we saw, they're just getting easier. You think Steam and other platforms are full of janky games. Just wait till other untrained buffoons like me make games with AI tools, but actually publish them. Steam, app stores, and other platforms are about to be flooded with AI trash and copycats. It's going.
Yeah, but bloatware has already been a thing, right? Like, bloatware has always been a thing. That was the whole thing with the Abandoned guys, is they had a history of making games, but all of the games they made were like really, really crappy, copy pasted, using free assets, you know, all sorts of garbage. So, I mean, I don't think that's going to really be anything new. It's kind of been par for the course at this point that there's going to be games that are lazily tossed together. And that's why, like, one person, I could use ChatGPT to help me design a really basic game in, like they said at the top of this, a few hours. That's not where AI is going to, like, make any waves. Where it's going to make waves is with, like, in the hands, like he's been saying, in the hands of people that actually know what they're doing. That's where it's going to get scary.
Going to be harder than ever to stand out and be successful as an indie developer. Which brings me to my main point. Be human. All AI does is make humans more efficient. So if you're creating hot garbage and then you start using AI, well, now you're just going to make hot garbage quicker. But if you're making an incredible game with unique experiences, then when you add that day and night cycle or unique NPC dialogue, you're going to make that game better and more fun than you could have without AI. Like everything before it, AI is just a tool, a world-changing tool, but a tool all the same. So will it change the way we create games? Of course. It's happening now, and it's going to continue to happen. But that's a good thing. We are moving towards a future where developers are only inhibited by their imagination. And if we use these AI tools, make sure to focus on the player, maximize the unique experience you provide them, and be human. Although there are so many negatives with AI.
Can I just say, I know I'm being like a turd. I just find it really funny that, like, we're at a point now where the final message of the video has to be human. You know, like, that's the takeaway. Be human. God damn it.
AI, there are also so many positives. And I'm stoked to see what people will build in the years to come.
Now back to your regularly scheduled program.
Per tradition, we like to highlight an indie game after each video, and this week, our community chose Hyper Light Drifter. For those that haven't played this game, all you need to know is that the pixel art is gorgeous, the gameplay is a blast. Every time you think you found the last secret, something else is waiting to be discovered. So when you
Pixel art drifter, super cool. Love it. I don't know, man. It's just, I agree. AI is moving quick. I also agree. I don't think that anything crazy is going to change. Like that. In the hands of people who know what they're doing, it's going to change. Things are going to be crazy. Hopefully, it's just going to take the form of being more efficient. That's my hope. But I don't know what timeline we're looking at. I don't know if this is going to take, like, years to figure out. I just don't know. My colleague had an IT degree, which is a mix of CS and management. AI is fire, and I love making an abundance of AI waifus. Whatever works for you, man. I love watching people react to Cyberpunk's reveal and other trailers. There is something fun about going back and seeing what people thought of games when they launched. I will agree. There is something quite engaging with that. These image AI things feel like the first step towards holodeck, simulate X and Y. Yeah. I mean, honestly, you could probably have Midjourney do that for you right now. Thoughts on Ubisoft Plus? I don't know why anybody pays for it, honestly. I saw one of your shorter videos on AC Odyssey yesterday, Luke. You were talking about how little ads for the game they showed, but it turned out really good. Hope it's the same with AC Mirage. Yeah, I don't know if it's because they thought the game wasn't going to do well, so they just didn't think they needed to invest much in the marketing, or what it was. But it is notable that they did not really spend a ton of money or time on promoting it. So I mean, I agree. It's maybe that's going to be the case. Maybe we're going to get it and be like, oh my God, this is great. I don't know, but we're gonna find out. I'm sure we're gonna find out in a very painfully real way. Yeah, okay. I want to see this too. So one of the other things I've heard, I still haven't heard from this guy that is supposed to come and debate, but I'm going to give him a little bit longer. So one of the things I've heard in the last week or so is that people are saying that Redfall has been given the short end of the stick. That Redfall is actually pretty good. It's not that bad, and it's just that people love hating on it for the sake of hating on it. And that's why they're getting all of this hate. It's not because they deserve it. It's actually pretty good. And so I saw this video pop up in my feed from Yeti for Hire. Yeti for Hire. Where's boop. And I'm going to share this in chat for you all. And I haven't seen this, but the title is Redfall Isn't That Bad, okay? And I want to hear him out, because as always, if I'm wrong, I'd like to be corrected, right? Like I don't want to be wrong. I'd like to be corrected if I'm wrong. So, we'll hear him out. We'll hear what he has to say. I don't know what exactly this is going to look like. I'm not familiar with this guy's stuff. I don't know if he's done other videos like this or if he's faking me out or if this is a bait. I don't know. But what I've heard in other realms of social media on like Twitter and stuff and in comment sections is that the game is actually pretty good, or some people didn't have technical issues. Good for you. I'm glad. A lot of people did, but good for you. And a lot of people are just like, yeah, it's not for everybody. But I think the advertising was wrong. Or like they talked that there were, what was it? They advertised it as having a bunch of like what was it? I don't know, he's probably gonna mention it. There was one specific phrase that the director used multiple times in promotional materials, saying, yeah, and we have a bunch of these systems, a bunch of this stuff going on in the game, and we're excited for players to see it. And it got people excited that they were going to have, immersive sim. That's what it was. He kept saying, yeah, there's immersive sim elements in this. And then people got the game and they're like, no, there aren't immersive sim elements. What are you talking about? So I think that's part of what could be said, is that the advertising is what was screwed up, but I don't know. Let's see. Convince me.
Oh, 360. What? Next gen AI. Please pop in texture, please. What the hell? What?
That seems pretty indicative of most people's experience.
Now, I've been looking forward to Redfall for a long time. Ever since Dishonored came free with gold back in 2014, I've been a massive Arcane Studios stan. I like all their IPs, and I think they've made some of the best games ever made. Arcane Studios has made such an impression on me that my very first video on this channel was a Dishonored Hitman Absolution combo funny moments video. Yeah, I don't know what I was on back then.
Get down here now, you inbred trash!
This place.
That's good. I like that's funny. Because I totally relate. I'm just like, what on earth was I thinking when I put that together?
You know, it's a little love. It could really be something special. Oh, that's an assassin. Ah, I died.
All right, I won't make you guys.
Oh, no.
Guys endure that anymore. Here's Redfall. I feel like I'm not the size of like a normal human. You see what I mean? Like these chairs are so big. Help! My son is missing!
What even do that?
Oh no, Moses is around.
I don't want to shoot anybody, but
I do.
You know the deal. Bring us someone to offer them. Anybody who want?
Maybe I'm gonna get hate for this. I don't think the game looks that bad when things are working right. We played it with like the 4090 and everything cranked out the ass, and I think in parts it looks pretty good. There's still issues with like crazy pop in, insane texture pop in, times where I don't think the textures are loading in properly, but it makes it look like part of the art style. But like moments like this, I think this shot looks pretty good. I think the art style's fine. I like, people say it's so ugly. I don't think it's that bad, but that's whatever. So he's biased as hell. Well, low key, like, yeah, he's saying he has bias. But what I respect is that he's being clear about it. Like, the thing I can't stand is when people have a big bias and then they come out and they try to hide it while arguing for or against something. It's like if I come across a YouTube video of a guy that like is tearing apart Xbox Hi-Fi Rush, like their release Hi-Fi Rush, and none of the critiques really make a lot of sense. It's all weird, just like nonsensical stuff. And then I find out that they are like a die-hard Sony pony to the point where they're like super toxic console war fanboy. Then it all makes sense, right? Then it clicks together and I'm like, oh, so that's why you were being so disingenuous. Then we figure out why they were acting that way. Whereas if he just was upfront, hey dude, I love Sony, I hate Xbox, let's talk about how Xbox's latest game sucks. Okay, I know what I'm getting then. But if you're going to be clear with me and direct, hey, I have this bias, I can respect that, you know? Then I don't feel like I'm being lied to or tricked. So the fact he's being clear about his love for Arcane is great. And what also that does is it tells me, okay, this guy knows this company and this guy knows their previous work very well. So when he discusses design choices they've made, it's an informed decision. It's not like he's coming in with no experience with them at all.
A friend, a co-worker, maybe your ex.
Man, you can give yourself up. Meth addicts. We're really just desperate. We'll take anybody. Bro's acting like the U.S. military.
Welcome to City 17.
I must be like an ant. I'm crouched down. I'm like level with the ground. Look at that. Oh, see that poppin'? Next gen, baby. It's a weird screensaver, dude. Oh no, what am I saying? They're watching the entire Mario movie on Twitter. Can't punch him? Oh no. Robert, I liked Good Time a lot. It was a good movie. I even like New Moon Part 2.
You serve absolutely no function whatsoever.
Come here. The fuck? Where'd he go? Oh, shit, he's doing the gritty. Level up jump scare.
And the god awful cutscene.
What is this? What is this? It's like the GTA loading screen.
Nope, it's the
Where are her
cutscenes.
hands? Do you know what the hell is going on here? Yeah, that makes sense. I definitely agree on that. Oh, really? Okay. Yo, we got skin.
You know what throws me off about that though? The damn like vignette cutscene thing is that it really seems like that's a conscious designed decision. Like they decided to do that over cutscenes. And the only reason I can think of why you would choose to do that instead of an actual cutscene is for like budgetary constraints. Right? Like, so you only do that if they don't have the budget or the capability or time to do something else, right? Because who would choose the vignettes over an actual cutscene? Right? I don't know why you would. So that makes me think that they actually did have like budgetary or time constraints. And what's been said about this game is that Xbox didn't have any direct involvement, and it was further along when they came in and bought out ZeniMax, which owns, Bethesda Softworks, which owns Arcane. So it seems to me that maybe they originally intended this to be like a quick turnaround, pump it out, try something different, see if it works. If it does, great. If it doesn't, oh well. Maybe that's what they were trying to do. I don't know, but it does make it feel like this is just a total departure from what they were originally trying to do with the other previous games, you know? I don't know. It's because AI isn't great with animations yet. Huge hands. The hands do drive me crazy. The hands actually drive me crazy. Like, look at these paws. You know the thing, oh, put your hand up to your face, and if it's the size of your face, you have cancer. And then when somebody does this, you slap their hand and it hits them in the face. This thing actually would. Her hand would wrap all the way around her skull. She could probably touch her fingers on the other side. What are these mittens? Like, it's crazy. I remember Dishonored having weird proportions like that, so that might be part of it. So maybe that's it. I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, drives me a little up the wall. I know everybody's joking and like memeing on this, saying that it's all AI stuff. I don't think that is. Like, I don't think any of this is, which is perhaps even sadder. I think using AI stuff actually might have helped this game.
Sense. I definitely agree on that. Oh, really? Okay.
I am the Hollow Man.
It's a pretty good movie. Oh, UV beam, a Discord mod's worst nightmare. This really is America.
Rocky, you hear that?
Finding assault weapons in backpacks. See, even though this game is, 30 frames, I don't notice it. I don't know. Frame rate is like never really bothered me too much. The only time it bothers me if it's like a noticeable dip, but this game's been like a consistent 30, so to me it gets the pass so far. Jesse, we need to collect the blood vials to become vampires, Jesse. Light mode initiated. Take that, Twitter Blue user. I'd bring a gas mask into this too. Oh, damn. This looks like an average afternoon in California. Oh man, Neil Patrick Harris's suit melted all over the ground. Do you really want to catch this smoke, bro? Does he know?
Huh?
Got him. Yo,
I feel like
Oscar
an
Schriega,
encyclopedic
let's go!
knowledge of random little tidbits of pop culture. I love it. Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Austin. Very generous. Thank you.
Oh no, not the frame rate. No, I was just bragging about it a minute ago. Ooh, what the hell is this? For those that vape, this is literally going to be you in 5 years. So watch out.
A safe
I've not heard of this guy before, but he's pretty funny. Yeti for hire. Again, I linked the video. It's actually pretty funny.
house. Kinda. Gotta make it safe first, though.
We can make it safe.
We can make, how are we gonna do that? We will.
We will.
Epic.
Yeah, dude, the AI is so brain dead. And for me, like, the game is so freaking easy.
What?
So look at that concrete texture. What is this? It's just gray.
I just pulled the keys from the car. Besides main missions, Redfall has these cool little dungeons called Vampire Nests that will crop up in the open world. On the map, they look like little PUBG high-tier loot zones, and I guess in a way they are. You have to fight your way through this linear level, and at the end...
Does he know? Yeah, I'm thinking 5-star. Oh, this is funny. It's like he's playing TikToks, and then he also has the mobile game running at the same time. Okay, that's funny. That's funny. He's got the XQC stream layout.
And you destroy a heart, and once you destroy that heart, you get high-tier loot.
I don't know, man. I never felt like I needed
Ain't
high
no
tier loot
Pack-a-Punch
at
up
all.
here. Oh, maybe this is the Pack-a-Punch machine, like in Infinite Warfare. As if anybody remembers the zombies in Infinite Warfare. What the hell? Oh no, bro! Oh! Quick, Zed! Oh, Mark! Oh! Okay, I'm out. No! No! Ooh! So as we've seen before, there's this guy named the Hollow Man.
I am the Hollow Man.
who periodically talks to you via radio or TV. And he is essentially the big bad guy.
Got those little baby arms that reach out.
This part of the game. Hey, watch my stream VOD of me killing him. Audio is kind of shit, so, you know, it is what it is. Fuck me in the ass, bro! Please! And to locate him, we have to use the lighthouse as a conduit to pinpoint his location. There it is. Robbie Pat, I can hear you up there now. Busting a nut. Clambah. There we go. I don't know why I sound like JFK there. Just a hollow man, dick. Settle down. JFK became the hollow man that one fateful afternoon in Dallas.
Time to get
Faithful afternoon.
this all hooked up to, do whatever it does. Anna? Anna!
Defeat the Rook. Robert Pattinson, you better be up here, bruh. I need you right now. Oh, fuck. A World of Warcraft character spawned in on me. Oh! This supposed to be like difficult or something?
That's what I'm saying. And the AI is so dumb that like you can shoot through the windows, through these holes, and the dude doesn't understand that you're inside and that he needs to like rotate to you. And like this is why AI and pathing matters in a game, because it makes it so the whole encounter, which is supposed to be like scary and intense, is just like a joke. It's just like a total disaster.
Ah. That wasn't that hard. Like, the hardest boss fight's gonna be resisting staring into this gorgeous, beautiful...
Getting distracted, I agree. I don't know, man. It's just, I think there's fun to be had in parts of Redfall. It's just... it's proud of its 6 out of 10-ness. Like it embraces its mediocrity confidently. And you know what? I think there is a place for 6 and 7 out of 10s. Like, there are people that play them and enjoy them. Like I've said before, Caleb, you guys know and love Caleb just as much as I do. Known him since high school. I love Caleb to death. One of the things that's so regularly hilarious about Caleb, though, is that he enjoys crappy games just as much, if not more, than the 10 out of 10 like genre defining games. Like he'll like Elden Ring, but he will pour 3,000 hours into like Breakpoint. And you're like, that, but like, why would, okay. So like there are people who are like built for games like Redfall that are just kind of meh, that are just kind of crap, or they're fine. And no, everybody's like, why would I spend my time playing this when there's so many other like A+ or B+ games? Why do I need to play the C- D+ game when I can play the B+ A- game, right? But there are people who, weirdly enough, almost prefer the clunkiness and the weirdness of these kind of trashy games. Yeah, Rocky, I'm the same way. And honestly, if you are one of those people, enjoy it, because you're going to get to play so many games that a lot of people will not have any experience with, because you have a high tolerance for that kind of clunk, you know? It's awesome. The Rotten, this game suffered from Xbox's drought and from expectations. If this game had been shadow dropped with no marketing or lead up, the discourse wouldn't have been a fraction as bad. I totally agree. Part of the issue is it's charging $70. As internet historian broke down in his No Man's Sky video back in the day, when you charge full price, full AAA price for a game, people expect the quality to be on the same level as its peers, which is like, you know, other games that are 10 out of 10s, that are, you know, Red Dead Redemption level or Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild level, right? And so when you come along at $70 and it's broken, it's ugly, it's unoptimized, it isn't that fun, you have a problem. And because you've brought yourself into that category, it's like if I were to enter an amateur knockoff UFC tournament, but I entered myself into the heavyweight division, and then I get shocked when I get the ever-living piss beaten out of me. It's like, yeah, because you put yourself in there with these killers, with these heavyweights. And unless you're ready to go toe-to-toe with them, you shouldn't be surprised when you go in there and get your ass kicked. If they came in at $40 and Game Pass Day 1, yeah, $70 dead ass. If they came in at $40 dead ass, I think they would have been fine. Not fine, but there wouldn't have been as much outrage. Or if it was just like one of these like $20, $30 ones, I think that would have been fine. Like totally fine. But because they came out at 70, there's expectations on that level. And also for months and months leading up to the launch, people were talking about how important Redfall was and how crucial this was, that Xbox gets this right because they need to start competing with PlayStation and first-party titles and all this. And, you know, I would say that Xbox should have heard that, and they almost certainly did hear that and hear the discussion around this game. And they should have understood that if this game was not polished and if this game launched meh, they were going to be in trouble. However, I just don't think they really understood that. And one of the things that Phil Spencer said was that apparently their internal reviews for Redfall were nowhere near as bad as what the public gave it, which is really interesting because, like, play that out. If they're saying Xbox has like a team of in-company reviewers, I don't even know what this would look like. I don't know if they hired like other YouTubers and streamers to try it or like what they did. But let's just say they have a group of like 10 people. And what they do is they play the game and they review it, break it down, and give their score, what they would give the game. And they came out and they gave it like 8s or 9s. How does that happen? Like, are they just delusional? Are they such fanboys of Arcane that they couldn't see through the crap? Did they believe Arcane's like reps when the Arcane reps said, oh, we're going to fix all these bugs. We're going to fix these performance issues and that won't be there at launch. So if you're going to ding it for those performance issues, don't, because we're going to fix it. Maybe they believed them when they said that. And so they were like, yeah, if it is polished, it'll get an 8 out of 10 or a 9 out of 10. Maybe. But I mean, what he said is they reviewed it internally and it did not review this badly. So I think they were actually shocked. Some of them when it came out and it did so terribly. I'm still thrown off and I'm still weirded out at them pushing the review embargo to like an hour before, or like basically launch, because in some time zones it had already come out when the review embargo lifted, which is dumb. And I don't think you do that unless you know that the game is going to suck. Like if you know your game's going to kick ass, yeah, give it to them a few days early. But if you know your game sucks ass, it makes sense to me that you might try to bury it a little, you know? Wait till the last possible moment. So that's the one thing that gets me thinking maybe they did know that this was going to have some problems. I'm not sure. Luke, are you concerned that the actual gameplay of Starfield is going to be boring? I'm sure the world building and RPG mechanics will be great, but the Bethesda... but the mining and gunplay looks so bad to me. I don't know. I am really weirded out that the gunplay looks like a major step back from even Fallout 76, which was not great. Even Fallout 76, I think, looked better and played better than what we've seen. And this is something I mentioned earlier. People have started on Twitter going and playing the Starfield gameplay at double speed, pretending that this is how it actually looks. And saying, actually, Starfield's gunplay looks really, really good. And honestly, when you play it at 2x speed, it looks twitchy, it looks chaotic, but it doesn't look horrible. But this is playing at 2x speed. Like, this is not what the game looks like. And if you have to resort to playing your game at, or playing trailers for the game you're excited about at double speed, like, what are we doing? Like, let's see, Starfield gameplay, this. Because some of this gameplay and gunplay that they've shown is not, yeah, this is what it actually looks like, that sequence. A lot of this doesn't look that great to me. Part of it is probably hipfire. I think the hipfire looks terrible. But like, even in this that we're seeing here, there are frame drops that we can see. So this footage, if we do stats for nerds, you can see it's running at 4K 30. Okay. We're running at, yeah, we're running AV1. Baby! We're streaming in AV1 too. If we go forward, this is running at 30 FPS. Okay. If I flick forward one frame at a time on my keyboard, right here, there's a dropped frame. Okay. Because, right? See, one press, move forward. One press, move forward. Another press. Doesn't move forward. Dropped a frame. Press it again, then it moves. Press again. Boom. It's moving, 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 moving. So, oh, there was another dropped frame. Right here. Drop frame. Move forward. And here's the thing. When you are inside, not outside where there's a ton of stuff to render, when you're inside and you have every benefit of the doubt and you're still dropping frames from 30, so you're going from 30 down to 29 down to 28, we have a problem. And this is why I've been concerned, is that if this is the best footage they have with frame drops, then there's like, what's the worst footage look like? I think the difference is like Arcane. I think honestly Xbox didn't think that, it sounds bad. I don't think Xbox thought that Redfall mattered that much. I don't think they thought many people were interested in it. So I think they were, because I mean honestly the response was not great. The reviews or the trailer reactions, like people weren't that pumped for Redfall generally. And so I think Microsoft generally looked at Redfall and was like, yeah, if it does poorly, like who cares? Not many people are interested in it anyways. So why would we stress about it? Just get it out. Just get it out. I think they've just misunderstood that people were looking at Redfall as like a representation of Xbox right now. Whether that was fair or not, that's how people like perceived it. So I think that that's why they were like kind of surprised when the reaction was so negative. People started calling for Phil Spencer's resignation and all this, all because of this one poorly received game. But in a couple of TikToks and YouTube shorts that we made, people were saying, well, Starfield's going to be great. So like, I wouldn't stress about Starfield having problems like Redfall because they have a brand new engine. And I don't know who's spreading this crap. Okay. I don't know what YouTuber's doing this. I don't know if it's a TikToker. I have no idea. But there are many people out there saying that Starfield is running on a brand new engine, which just frankly is not true. I mean, if you're going to be so soft-brained to believe that, then I don't know how to help you. What they've done is they've made improvements to the creation engine. They've not replaced it. So all of these comments on like TikToks and YouTube shorts and everything is people saying, well, it's running on Creation Engine 2. So they're not going to have any of the bugs and stuff that any of their other games have had. This is going to be totally different. And it just doesn't, it's like, that's not how this works. It's not a brand new engine. It's just a number 2 that they've written next to their old engine. As this article from Game Rant shows, I don't know which YouTuber they're going to show. Colt. Oh, nice. Starfield's being made in an engine that's more than a decade old, but there have been improvements made, which nobody's denying. There's been improvements made to Starfield's engine over what Fallout 4 can do. The engine running this game can do more than the engine that was used to run Fallout 4. Sure. But it's not a brand new engine. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? For more than a decade now, Bethesda has been reliant on its creation engine, which is used to make Skyrim, Fallout 4, Fallout 76, and now Starfield. Given how old it is and the fact that some don't consider it to be the best game engine in the world, some, I don't think anybody, like nobody. Fans may be a bit concerned about it being used for the development of the upcoming epic sci-fi RPG. However, a recent video analyzed a few aspects of the latest iteration of software and how things have progressed. Hold on, share this. Boop. Take a ride with me. Thank you. For the 5. Did you see Phil Spencer saying good games won't help Xbox? Young Yak covered it. I did see him say that. My interpretation of it, I felt like a lot of people took it out of context. My interpretation of it was that Phil Spencer came along and said, listen, if we drop a 10 out of 10, people are not going to be selling their PlayStations and buying Xboxes. And we're not going to see like a reversal of this generation. It's just not going to happen. What I think he was saying is great games will eventually like reward us. But in the meantime, like we need consistently great games in order to build up a reputation to the point where honestly, next generation Xbox starts a little stronger. Because at this point, I don't think there's any digging themselves out of this hole unless like PlayStation somehow releases 3 or 4 bugged, broken releases in a row and just demonstrate they have no idea what they're doing. Like honestly, if The Last of Us Factions launches broken and or just like monetized out the ass and stuff like that, that could very well be a problem for them. Because Naughty Dog having a fall from grace like that, I think would be a big issue. But, I mean, I agree. I don't think that there is a way to just like magically fix this generation. I just don't think there is. I think Xbox, the only way that they would ever take over like a number 2 or even a number 1 position in the console market is like 10 years from now. So, and also people were asking why they don't just go and buy up the rights to distribute some games like PlayStation does, where they buy like third-party games and get them on the PlayStation as a console exclusive. I think the reason they haven't done that, and I don't have like direct evidence or quotes for this, I think it makes sense though. The reason they haven't been doing that is because they've been trying to act like they don't want to do that so that they can get this Activision deal through. Because they knew that if they went and while they're trying to convince the CMA and all these other regulators to give them the ability to buy Activision, they knew that if they were doing that at the same time as paying for exclusive rights to all of these other games, that was going to be a bad look. So they're like, oh, we won't do that. We'll hold off on doing that for now. We'll get this deal through, and then we can start doing that. But for the meantime, let's just play it like we're being super pro-consumer, and then get this deal through, and then we'll start doing that. But now the deal's probably not going through, and they're like, oh my god, what? You know, it's crazy. Have you seen the latest for Spider-Man 2 playable CGI? Apparently, I have not seen. Did they release any new trailers or anything? Or is it just rumors of people saying it looks really good? I don't know. I have a PS5, but I have a great PC, and I find much more enjoyment on it. The only thing I have the PS5 for is exclusive games. Exactly, Robbie, and that's why exclusives matter. Like, more and more people nowadays, especially with the advent of streaming, like, people, I don't think, have really given that enough credit. After COVID hit, everybody wanted to be a streamer. A lot of people invested money and their stimmy checks and stuff, in the US at least, into buying PCs to try and become a streamer, or to at least start. And as a result, a lot of people have PCs now. And frankly, there's not much reason to buy an Xbox if you have a PC that can run it, because all of these Xbox games are coming out on PC. I made an offhand comment in that Redfall video about my Series S sitting back here collecting dust for the last few months. And it's because there's no reason to play games on that if I have a PC right here, right? So I think that the fact that all these games come out on PC and Xbox is probably more of what harms them. Steam Deck Master Race, well, and you can get Xbox Game Pass. on the Steam Deck. I even got the xCloud stuff working. And dude, I'll tell you what, playing on the Steam Deck through xCloud is kind of crazy because it's just an internet connection. So the battery life is crazy. Like the Steam Deck will last 5, 6, 7 hours doing that versus trying to run an actual game natively off of it. It's wild. It's crazy. Anyway, let's see what they're saying about these Creation Engine 2 updates. Because this is the thing. People see this updated Creation Engine 2.0. So people, like these soft koala-brained people, are like, oh, so it's a brand new engine. So none of the bugs, none of the issues or anything that plagued all of their previous games will be here because we have this now. It's like, no. It's just a number written next to the same damn thing. I'm sorry. It's like saying that magically, like Unreal Engine 5.2 is going to totally change what Unreal Engine 5.1 does. Like, what? Don't forget the new thing, REG Ally or whatever it's called. Is that for sale yet? Did they announce pricing? Because we watched that Linus Tech Tips video on it and it looked awesome, but I don't know what the pricing's like. Oh, wait, it's muted. Hold on.
For over 30 years, Bethesda Softworks has provided some of the biggest Western studio-developed games in the industry. The spotlight is on this studio right now to deliver Starfield under the weight and pressure of their own legacy. Starfield is delayed.
Once again, I cannot wait for the ship customization. That's the thing I'm going to fangirl about. That I've like very little interest in the base building stuff, but the ship customization, being able to build my own ship and stuff, that gets me pumped.
Nearly a year, and many are worried or even mocking that the space RPG won't live up to the hype. Massive improvements and upgrades are being implemented into Starfield right now, and this game is going to be the highlight of 2023.
That, dear sir, is what we call an assertion. And assertions need to be backed up by evidence. Otherwise, I get to make fun of you for saying something stupid. Let's see what he's got.
Brilliant. Today's sponsor is an excellent way to get an understanding.
I love Brilliant. I'm not even gonna cap. Go to Brilliant. I don't think it seems weird for me to like play an ad during this, but I will, like, no joke, if you want to like expand your brain, brilliant.org, Colt Eastwood, use his promo code. I don't have a promo code right now, but I love Brilliant. I'm not joking. No cap in here. Look, not adjusting anything. On my home screen of my phone, okay, right here. You see what app that is? Let me press it. It's Brilliant. Okay, so I like Brilliant a lot. I'm not joking. I have it on my phone. I do it daily, okay? So I do love me some Brilliant. No cap. Call me Brilliant. Call me. He's a little bit too much of a fanboy for me. I'm already picking that up, and I think this is gonna be a little funny. So let's get into this.
Check out brilliant.org/Colt Eastwood. Bethesda, for over 36 years, has been spectacularly famous for Elder Scrolls and Fallout, and the team has millions of eyes on for the space RPG Starfield. In a game's roadmap of major titles coming, Starfield looks to be 2023's most talked about game and the most industry-affecting game, and coming exclusively to Xbox. Many questions, concerns, and complaints about Bethesda Softworks and Starfield have fans and anti-fans prone to hold the studio accountable.
Anti-fans, is that a thing? I guess so, like hate viewers and stuff. I hadn't really thought about that, but I guess anti-fan is a thing. Huh. Okay. I mean, okay, let me be clear about where I'm at with Starfield. Starfield is a very important game. There's a lot riding on this, primarily because of Xbox's previous decisions and actions. I like Bethesda stuff. I like Todd. I'm wearing a shirt inspired by Todd.
16 times the detail.
16 times the detail shirt. You can get these at LukeStevensTV.com. They're also in the little shopping tray, probably under the stream or under the VODs and stuff that you watch on the Luke Stevens live channel. But yeah, 16 times the detail. Get your shirt today. It's great. LukeStevensTV.com. Again, LukeStevensTV.com. Anyway, I like Bethesda stuff. I just do. Okay. However, I'm not delusional, at least with some things. And in this case, I'd like to think that I'm not delusional about Bethesda's capabilities and capacity as a studio. Bethesda has a habit. We might even call it a pattern of releasing buggy, broken games. They just do. Okay? They just do. I don't know how you deny that. I don't know how you reject it with a straight face. They just do. And so when I look at Starfield, I look at this as a game that's very ambitious. And in the past, when they've done stuff that's ambitious, usually at the start, for the first month or two of the game's launch, there are lots of problems. Every time they've come out with a game that really pushes the boundary, it pushes the boundary of the engine as well. Even though they made updates to the engine specifically for those features, it still runs into problems. And in the case of Fallout 4, all sorts of buggy, broken stuff at launch with the graphics things that they were doing, pushing the boundary, all sorts of weird bugs popped up, all sorts of issues. And with, of course, Fallout 76, I'm sure I don't need to describe too much how weak their engine came or appeared to be as they tried to add in multiplayer code and things like that. It just broke the whole thing. When I did that collab with Mr. Matty Plays last year, the way he described it is that all of these Bethesda games have a notable Bethesda stink to them. And when you see them, like you see a still shot of one of them, you just know, oh, that's a Bethesda game. That's for sure. That's a Bethesda game. You know, you can just tell. You can just tell. And in this case, I think it's precisely that. It's there is a Bethesda stink here that is not surprising anybody. And with this, I think it's just important that we keep expectations in check. Otherwise, things will get out of hand very, very quickly. And I don't like that to happen. I've said before that I sort of view myself as the person that has to make everybody mad to try and talk them off the cliff of hype. Because so often people will just hype themselves up to the point where they end up being miserable and freaking out because they convince themselves that this game is going to be amazing or the second coming of Kojima or whatever else. I'm like, no, it probably will be pretty good, but I wouldn't say that it's going to be like magical. It still probably has problems that will arise, almost certainly. And so for me, I look at Starfield as a game with a ton of hype around it, very high expectations because it's the first huge first-party exclusive that Xbox has, and so expectations are there. And as a result, I have certain standards that I would like to be met, such as polish, such as I would say modern standards met in terms of tech. So things like 60 frames. While great games have existed and regularly released at 30, that was years ago. And so, you know, I've kind of played devil's advocate in this discussion before where I've said like, hey, if you're freaking out that a game is terrible because it runs at 30, that's kind of stupid because Red Dead and Breath of the Wild and all of these other famous games that everybody knows and loves, all of these released at 30 frames. But that argument can also be used, or that counter can also be used for resolutions. So you can say, yeah, they also launched at 900p. They also launched at 1080p. Does that mean that modern games should be releasing at those resolutions? No. No. Just because they did and they ran at this certain level doesn't mean that it's okay. You know? Our modern standards have risen. We expect more because our technology can handle more. So in the case of Starfield, I would hope to see it run at 4K, even checkerboarded or upscaled or something, but I'd hope to see it run at 4K 60. At least having the option for like 1440p 60 or like some performance mode. That's what I would prefer, especially considering it's like a first-person shooter adventure game. I know there's like a third-person thing you can do, like most of their games of theirs, but still, you get what I'm saying. So certain standards like that, from this planet surface into space transition, the fact that there's a load screen there kind of sucks, but if they were able to cover it up, I'd be more willing to deal with it, even though that was something established 7 years ago. You know, No Man's Sky did that famously, being able to transition cleanly from planet surface to space. And in Starfield, they've already confirmed that's not a thing. But if there are load screen, clever coverings of like animations of landing and stuff, maybe that's how they cover it up, and that could be fine. But this is, by all accounts, a very, very ambitious game. And in the past, whenever Bethesda has been very, very ambitious, the games launch super broken. They just do. And for me, I'm not going to recommend that my audience goes out and certainly buys a game if they don't have Game Pass. But I'm not going to recommend that they buy the game or that they waste their time on it if it's a broken mess. And again, I get to make fun of it if it launches broken. Okay? I just do. World-renowned GeoHound. Apparently crazy take. Starfield looks super boring to me so far. The art style looks ugly. The colors are dull. The character designs look off. The gameplay looks janky. Meh. I surprisingly don't think I disagree with anything you said there. The thing I find myself most interested in is the exploration and the ability to customize your own ship. But I would agree the combat looks clunky, to say the least. Even Maddie, who's like a Bethesda stan, even Mr. Maddie Plays was like, when we did the collab, he said, yeah, the combat didn't look too good. The gunplay did not look to be where it needed to be. What else did you say? Art style, I think part of it is some of the planets that they've gone to are really dull, and I think that's more an issue with their marketing team choosing to show footage from those places, but still, I agree that what they've shown so far is kind of bland. And I would also agree that character designs and animations are not up to modern standards. Certainly not for AAA development, but that's always been an issue with Bethesda. Their stuff has never looked very good.
Expecting bugs in an outdated engine, and fans prone to hold the studio accountable. Expecting bugs in an outdated engine, and disappointed on the heels of the latest Fallout 76. It's in fans' very nature to expect the worst, looking back from grim prospects and a general distrust under the banner, especially under the name Xbox. But the concern: Creation Engine is actually the solution, as major...
Okay. There's a lot of assertions happening. There's a lot of just saying stuff. I know we're only 2.5 minutes in, but I want to hear him back this up. He's saying the Creation Engine is the solution to the bugs. Maybe there's information I'm not aware of yet, because I don't run in Bethesda circles. So maybe he's going to tell me something that's like, oh, they revealed that they hired this guy and they've done this coding stuff to avoid all these bugs and glitches and stuff, so we're going to be good. Maybe. Or maybe he's just going to keep saying stuff and then, you know, preaching to the choir. I don't know.
Upgrades have been made to the engine, the pipeline, AI, physics, and visuals in Creation Engine 2.0.
Like
16 times the detail.
Maybe. Again, if we're just going to like buy whatever marketing crap is tossed out, I mean, I think we're getting pretty stupid. Companies can say whatever the hell they want. Like, you have to question a little bit of it, especially because they've said many times before that they've added all these other systems. And then, you know, of course, we get the game and it's not running too great. So just because they say something doesn't mean that it magically fixes all the problems. Like what? Yeah, all new rendering, lighting, and landscaping technologies.
And its integral new add-on software packs specifically for Xbox Series consoles and PC. There is a magic that only Bethesda can deliver in their games, and this sets them apart from the biggest and most creative games. And in the RPG realm, this gives you more choice, more interaction, and most of all, more immersion with all of these mechanics combined. let's talk about Bethesda and how the magic of Starfield will surprise, delight, and win over gaming fans. The first concern is the first thing that hit our eyes in the gameplay, and that is the visuals.
And also the god-awful combat. But okay, tell me about the visuals.
One thing we'll discuss and explain here is the visuals and graphics. This is the first major AAA next-gen only game for the Xbox Series S and X consoles, and if it releases in summer of 2023, that puts us 2.5.
Also, what the hell is this AI doing? I didn't even notice this last time. What is this AI on the right doing?
And if it releases in summer...
Watch, he just crosses in front of him and walks away.
Of 2023, that...
Like, what is he doing? Why is he not... Is he distracted by the ship, maybe? Maybe that's what it is? He got, like, aggroed by the ship, but I would say he's already aggroed to you, the guy that just shot his friend, and so he should be more focused on that. Like, that's a little weird. But... Anyway, saying like he jumps to the graphics, saying it's the first thing we've seen, but most people's first impressions, and this isn't even, I think, a controversial thing. I think most people, when they saw this shot, were kind of underwhelmed. And as I've defended Bethesda here, I think that this is more that they did something accurate, choosing to go to a planet that has a very thin atmosphere, which means that there's not light scattering through particles in the air, which means that you're going to have a much more high contrast look, in the same way that, like, on the moon, if you're in shadow, it's pretty much black. It's just dark because there's no, you know, light particles or light bouncing between particles of the air because there's no air. So if you're going to a planet where there's a low atmosphere or a very thin atmosphere, it's going to look like this. It's going to have a very high contrast look to it. At least in the rocks. I would say it's not consistent because the rocks are super high contrast, but then, like, you see here, the shadows are very well illuminated, so it just doesn't click with your brain. It doesn't seem to be coherent because back here, this doesn't match the foreground. So the background doesn't match the foreground, which means the lighting just doesn't jive, so it just doesn't look right. Yeah, right. Bethesda recreated the whole periodic table for the game like Hello Games did for No Man's Sky. Yeah, exactly. But anyway, all of this to say, I think generally people looked at this footage and had broadly negative reactions to it, especially when you look at the metal textures. Like, hold on, up here, like, look at this. You're going to tell me there's like high quality textures on the level of like modern AAA games? Like, come on, dude. It's not to say the game will be bad, but if you're going to like lie to me and tell me that the game is graphically amazing, I don't, like, why am I going to believe anything else you say? This is why, like, if you're a fanboy, acknowledge a couple of the downsides. Like, acknowledge a couple of the things that are very transparently clear. Like, yeah, so this is why I respect Maddie so much. Because Maddie will look at it and be like, yeah, the combat, the gunplay didn't look that great. I agree. I totally agree. He tells you that, and it's just like, okay, I can respect you now because you're being honest. We might just disagree on the conclusion, but we're being real with each other. But if you're going to deny issues like this, then I think we're just being stupid. I think this is fanboyism. Like, these are issues here on a modern AAA $70 game, which is what this presumably will cost when it launches. I know it's on Game Pass, but still, a lot of people will just be buying it because they don't want to play through the Xbox PC launcher, which, to be fair, looks like and runs like total dog water. I was shocked at how terribly the Xbox Game Pass launcher still runs. Have you guys tried to use it recently? I tried to use it for Redfall, and it took me like 2 or 3 days just to install the damn game. It's amazing to me. It's horrible. The fact that they're owned by Microsoft and Microsoft can't get a launcher working is amazing, and it's been broken for years. They need to get on that.
Is the visuals. One thing we'll...
But anyway, yeah, like I was saying, the graphics to everybody are not great, but that's not why we play Bethesda games. It's okay that the graphics are not great. A game can be phenomenal without the best graphics. That's true, okay? Like, it doesn't have to be photorealistic. But if you're going to pretend like the bad graphics are actually amazing, we're being silly. You're being disingenuous and you're just lying to yourself and to me, and I'm not going to take you seriously. Days. Yeah, literally, like over the course of 2-3 days, I repeatedly would try to hit install in the Xbox like launcher here, like right here. And all of the online things that I Googled, because it wouldn't actually download and install. You would press install, like just for a game. Let's just go to a game. Like this. You'd press install, and then it would just sit loading. You'd go to the download queue, and it would say preparing download. And they said, just leave it. Don't touch it. So I'd leave it for like an hour or two.
Champ super chatted $6
I wouldn't do anything for like 2-3 days.
I stopped using Game Pass because of the launcher. Lol. I just buy the games on Steam.
Yeah, Trouble. Thank you for the $4.99, by the way. And yeah, it's like, it's bad. It's a terrible launcher. And the fact that like imagine come launch day, if the PC launcher is still broken and people can't download the damn game, a lot of them probably will just go to Steam and buy it. Because they're like, screw this. I want to just play it. It's amazing. Yeah, you get error messages that are so generic that even support gives you 20 solutions to try. Yeah, exactly. It's a disaster. It's a disaster. And if you're like a console player, or if you haven't experienced the Xbox PC launcher, I'm telling you, it is a joke. It's laughably bad, and it has been for years. Years. They've got to fix it. It's got to be on their roadmap because it's so bad. But the fact that it's been broken for years and they still haven't fixed it while they're pushing Game Pass so hard makes me think that they're just totally out of touch. It's amazing to me. Yeah, it's still better than Games for Windows Live. I guess we can give them that. Yeah. I guess that's true. Oh, God damn it. Anyway, okay. Let's continue on. The point of all of this whole diatribe, if the graphics aren't great, acknowledge the graphics aren't great and I'll respect you. If you pretend like they're great, I'm going to tease you because you're clearly lying to yourself and to me, and you're being disingenuous.
Discuss and explain here is the visuals and graphics. This is the first major AAA next-gen only game for the Xbox Series S and X consoles, and if it releases in summer of 2023, that puts us
Well, I'm noticing so many weird things now that I didn't notice before. Look at this. Okay, so this guy runs over. He's going to pop up on top of this thing.
This is the first
Watch
major
this. He
AAA
turns, sees the ship coming
game
in,
for the Xbox Series S and X consoles.
turns back. The guy is standing on top of the box. My face is in front of it. So he like clipped up on top of this, or his AI told him to climb on top of this thing, thinking he'll be in cover from you shooting at him. Like, what? I didn't notice this AI stuff before. I think I was just so focused on the graphics and then also the gunplay not looking great. I did not realize just how bizarre the AI is acting in this intro combat sequence. Like, seriously.
Consoles, and if it releases in summer of 2023, that puts
and then
us
this guy just runs away, lets you shoot him in the back.
Console generation. But Starfield, much like every other game released in the past 2 years, was
the ship looks badass, though. I don't care what anyone says. I think the ship looks awesome.
Mostly developed during the Xbox One and PS4 generation without the knowledge or full knowledge of the hardware targets we have today. Graphics are a stylistic choice.
Okay, wait, hold on. That sounded really stupid.
Was mostly developed during the Starfield, much like every other game released in the past 2 years, was mostly developed during the Xbox One and PS4 generation without the knowledge or full knowledge of the hardware targets.
Okay. This is... Wow. This is what's known as an ad hoc rationalization. Every game last 2-3 years was developed primarily during the PS4 and Xbox generations. Yeah, that's probably fair. Therefore, it's okay for the games to look bad? Like, what do you think these other games that have looked really good in the last couple of years, how do they manage it? Like, what are you talking about? Like, what? This was, to be fair, this is 9 months ago, but that's still July of 22. That's still 2 years into this generation, or like a year and a half through the generation. So like, again, I just don't think that excuses bad graphics just because it's coming a couple years into the generation.
We have today. Graphics are a stylistic choice and hinge partially on attention to detail or scope of visuals. Where some teams excel in areas of environment and some with characters, for Starfield they have to strike a balance of a massive world, a detailed world, and all under the constraints of the creation engine that, like Unreal, has been updated over the years, but lacks modern cutting-edge features we're waiting to see from Unreal Engine 5. But you'd be surprised.
But like, even this is just not... Even this isn't necessarily like true though. Because as we've seen, the Red Engine that was used to create Cyberpunk 2077, that was iterated upon multiple times. Like many, many times. This thing is technically the same engine that they built The Witcher 1 in. And it was iterated upon. This is why it's the Red 3, or I think this is actually the Red 4 engine. So it was iterated upon many, many times. So it's still technically an old engine that's been iterated upon, blah, blah, blah. And they were able to add cutting edge features and cutting edge technology. But it's because they built it in a way that allows for that. Bethesda just has not done that. That's not been a priority for them. It just hasn't been. And so like, I agree that graphics are not everything, and that Bethesda has certainly made exceptions and like they've made decisions to prioritize other things over graphical fidelity. But this whole thing is just like, it's phrased in a very propagandistic way where it's like he refuses to say outright, yeah, the graphics don't look great. But there's a reason for that. It's just all very carefully dancing around saying that. Like, man, oh. It's a little painful. In November, Series X and PS5 are going to be 3 years old. Yeah. So when this comes out, it'll be just about 3 years into the generation, which is just under halfway through, if past trends are to be believed. So I don't buy the whole. This was developed a lot during the like PS4 and Xbox One generation. Cool. But they're also like releasing 3 years into the generation, so they don't get just a get out of jail free card graphically. Like, what are you talking about?
Creation Engine 2 has
just Cowboy,
engine lifelike animations for movement and fluidity. Upgrades have made it possible to add even more detail, natural shape, and realism to character faces and reactions.
16 times the detail.
Look at the narrative character.
Okay, this is where I might just get downright mean. Is he seriously going to argue without like any jokes or anything, like with a straight face, try to argue that these characters live up to modern quality standards?
Natural shape and realism to character faces and reactions. Look at the narrative characters, the models, detail, and animations in Creation Engine for Starfield. The facial structure, life brought to the faces under lighting, animated eyes, and expressions. This is a dying art in a world where most AAA games use full facial motion performance capture and animations in Creation Engine for Starfield.
Like, bro. These are like Mass Effect Andromeda models.
The facial structure.
He has a cool mustache. I'll give him that.
Life brought to the faces under lighting, animated eyes, and expression.
Like, I guess if you're just going to be like, yeah, they don't look that bad to me. Cool, dude. But like, these are not on the level of modern open world games. They just aren't.
This is a dying art in a world where most AAA games use full facial motion performance capture.
You sure? Why not?
Because we got lawmen in 3 different states after us.
Last thing I want is to get us into trouble, but we need money.
Bethesda is using fully 3D modeled custom
Show a game from 5 years ago. Like, what?
hand animated character faces with procedural lip syncing so that Starfield players can interact with hundreds of NPCs up close and around the galaxy. Compare the face models of the same engine for Fallout 4 in 2015.
Yeah, dude, you'd hope that after 8 freaking years, things were better. They better be. Like, what are you talking about? If this is our standard, that things are better than they were a decade ago, then okay. You know what? You got me. I guess we're chilling. We're vibing, man. I get it. But if we're not talking about Bethesda, like, release over release, okay? We're talking about Bethesda versus its peers, the other guys in this industry that they're competing against. And frankly, against teams like Guerrilla, who are making open world adventure games. These are just not there. They're not on that level. And granted, Horizon looks phenomenal. Horizon is a beautiful game. But if you're going to charge 60, 70 bucks and you're going to play in that playground of AAA open world development, I have to compare it to the peers, to the other games like this in the same family that are releasing around the same time contemporarily. I'm not going to look back 8 years and be like, yes, this game looks great because it looks better than the thing 8 years ago. Yeah, it better, dude.
Of a very much last generation NPC, and you can see main characters in Starfield will be much more impressive with subsurface skin textures, more lively eyes, and far more realistic detail in face formality, folds, and believability. Starfield's NPCs don't compete with some of the top tier games.
This is like the first concession he's made. Again, you need to be real and honest with this. Otherwise, like, I just have I can't really respect what's being said. But like what he's doing right now is great. I appreciate what he's doing right now, where he's saying it's not quite on the standard of these other games. That's great. This is all I want him to say, but it's been like 5 minutes of fanboying and talking about how great it is. And now he's saying, yeah, but it's not that good. Just be real with me and honest and direct, and I'll respect you a lot more.
Believability. Starfield's NPCs don't compete with some of the top tier games, but they are also not using any facial capture from real actors and actresses.
And whose fault is that? Like, okay. Cool, dude. Whose fault is that? And then he shows like clips from Hellblade. Not every game needs to be Hellblade. Like, again, you showed Red Dead 2, a game from 5 years ago. Red Dead 2 is a massive game. Tons of NPCs and interactions. And the animation quality is way better. Like, what are you talking about? This is the same thing where it's like, I complained about Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Being used, or I complained about it being set in England. And I said, I think England at this period in time is just not a good setting for a video game like Assassin's Creed. It's just big, bland, empty. It's just forests, and that's it. I think it was a bad decision to put the game here because there's just not that many interesting places to go to. I think they should have set it somewhere else. And people are like, yeah, but that's what England looked like at the time. That's just what it's like. I'm like, yeah, but whose fault is that? It's like Ubisoft chose to place the game here. They didn't have to set it there. They chose to put it here, and it was a bad choice. There's just not that many interesting things to do, and I think they realized that, which is why immediately they let you drink that weird poison butt juice tea and transport yourself to another realm to pretend that you're Thor, or not Thor, to pretend like you're Odin. It's really, really weird, but I think it's because they realized that this was actually pretty boring. Setting all of that aside, though, it's the decision just shows certain footage instead of other footage at very precise times is very, very intentional, because when you're going to show clips like this, you're kind of subtly implying that these more linear narrative games are the ones that are using facial capture, and that's why they look better. But you're not going to show it in the context of something like Red Dead 2, which I know he has footage of because he just played it with voices not even like 40 seconds before this, which is a massive open world adventure game that uses the same technology. So it still falls on Bethesda for not doing it. And now listen, people are asking in chat, like, okay, but why they're like, he's saying that dynamic animations, facial animations are a good thing or better. What he's going to say, or what he would say, because I've heard this many times before, is that the reason that dynamic stuff is done is specifically because it allows them to have more dialogue. It allows them to go bigger and have an even more massive game because they can dynamically do the animations, blah, blah, blah. That's why it's a good trade-off. Yeah, it doesn't look as good as those other games, but this game is way bigger. That's what he's going to say, or what he would say, because I've heard all of these things before. As to whether or not you buy that excuse is up to you. Red Dead 2 is a great example of a game that does this masterfully and is massive and has the amazing quality. But then again, Rockstar is Rockstar. And I mean, not many, I would hope Bethesda fans wouldn't even go so far as to say like Bethesda is competing with Rockstar. Rockstar is on another level, which is why they're Rockstar, you know? So that could be fair. It's just a matter of scope and budgetary constraints. And Bethesda's not a massive studio, so that's it as well. But again, like, you have to be real with me and acknowledge it. But if you're going to be a fanboy and pretend like it's actually great, I'm not going to respect what you're saying very much, you know?
Now, let's look at the mainline Hallmark locations and interactions with this game.
No, he's just going to blow right past it.
Also not using any facial capture from real actors and actresses. Now, let's look...
And then just blow past it. Yeah, but whose fault is that?
Look at the mainline Hallmark locations and interactions with this game world. Starfield has fleshed out outposts, cities, and faction-filled spaceports with bustling civilians and pirates to fill out the universe of Starfield with voice-captured dialogue, story, motivations, and quests that follow the Bethesda formula of multi-tiered quest lines, choice-driven RPG mechanics, and a feeling of a limitless exploration system.
And a feeling that is frankly orgasmic. Radiant AI software. Where have we heard that before? Remember the first time Bethesda really pissed a lot of people off? With the, tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. It was Oblivion, when they started advertising it as having Radiant AI. True, intelligent AI with characters that have their own schedules and stuff. Ended up being total marketing BS. It was like non-existent. The game was kind of a joke in terms of AI, but they're still going along this.
Radiant software is proprietary to Bethesda and gives all NPCs purpose, a schedule, and tasks to complete whether you're watching them or not. In major cities like New Atlantis on Jemison, the bustling city will feel alive and lived in, with civilians being more than just a set dressing, and many or most of them interactive with dialogue and quests, hand-built or even hybrid procedural generated to make the faction interplay more lifelike.
Or even hybrid. Some of them will even have an outpost that needs your help. Like, dude, this is so... Oh, it's painful, man. Like, I get it, you're excited, dude, but like, all you're doing is probably pulling up the Starfield website and then reading off the bullet points that the marketing team gave you. Like, that's all this is. It's just running through the same stuff we've heard 1,000 times, but it's taken so uncritically. It's just, well, they said that there will be countless quests to engage with and that the cities will feel lifelike. Like, okay, so is it lifelike if they just say it's lifelike? Like, you don't get to just say that. Like, what are you talking about?
And only in a Bethesda game can you shoot a quest giver in the face and never see them again.
I'm pretty sure the choice to show Fallout 4 footage was weird there, because there's a handful of quests and things in Fallout 4 that you can't break in that way. Which is just really funny that he chose to use that example.
Shoot a quest giver in the face and never see them again. The addition of Radiant AI in the creation engine will bring all of the RPG mechanics a cut above and the foundation for Elder.
Also, I hate to be the guy that says this once again, because I want to love Starfield and I'm excited for it. but I'm gonna call things out when I see them and not be a sycophantic fanboy. I really don't like the UI. I mean, I hope they tweak this. I know this footage is old, but I hope they tweak the AI because I really don't like the way this is broken down. It reminds me of a lot of those like those weird like ported games that are ported really poorly by teams that usually are not that concerned with the aesthetics of like smaller things like this. Because like this, I just really, I don't know, man. I don't like the way this is broken down.
Scrolls
and
6.
It's so generic, especially because like Elder Scrolls 5, Skyrim had amazing UI. The UI design was brilliant. And I feel like this is just the most like boring thing ever.
The Creation Engine is about 10 years old, and after
like this, what even is this? This is super ugly.
Being built off of the Gamebryo engine with a portion of the source code, creating a distinct and separate new game engine that has been RPG mechanics a cut above and the foundation for Elder Scrolls 6. The Creation Engine is about 10 years old, and after being built off of the Gamebryo engine with a portion of the source code, creating a distinct and separate new game engine that has been overhauled and updated to become Creation Engine 2 for Starfield. Radiant Software integrated into Starfield's Creation Engine 2.0.
Okay, so what he just said was like, it was very interesting. He said it very quickly and he kind of blew past it. But that he did it very, very interestingly, where he was describing how they took the Gamebryo engine and created the Creation Engine. And then that's been iterated upon, and as a result, now we have the Creation Engine 2. Subtly implying that they've overhauled it to create the Creation Engine 2 and skipping over the Creation Engine 1. So the Creation Engine is about 10 years old, and after being built off of the Gamebryo engine with a portion of the source code, creating a distinct and separate new engine. I think it's more that this sentence just it's not constructed super clearly, which I'm not. I mean, I'm very guilty of doing this too, so let me just be clear. But separate new engine. Okay, so basically the Creation Engine, and then all of this is just describing how the Creation Engine was built from the Gamebryo engine and then tweaked to have the Creation Engine. The Creation Engine has been overhauled and updated to become Creation Engine 2 for Starfield, using Radiant AI or Radiant software integrated into Starfield's Creation Engine 2. And it brings the game to life above and beyond what we saw from Fallout 4. Okay, so you're just saying it's been updated since Fallout 4, but you spent like 30 seconds saying it. Okay. And it's also tossing in Radiant AI is so weird. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the Apple thing. You know how Apple with all of their devices will be like, oh, this has a Retina display. People will be like, what does that even mean? What is a Retina display? Like, where's the thing on? Yeah. Liquid Retina XDR display. Liquid Retina XDR display. Like when I sold TVs through Magnolia Home Theater, we would have people come in and ask for a Retina display TV. And we would describe to them, it literally is just a marketing term. Like it's just what Apple says is their monitor and display technology. It just means it's a really good display that Apple likes. That's really all it means. Like they've said previously, there's some standards where it has to reach a certain peak nit brightness. Some other people say it has to do with pixel density per inch. But they've compared like different iPads to it, different laptops that all say Liquid Retina displays, and none of it's consistent. It basically is just Apple says something is a Retina display if they want to, and that's it. And when he just like tosses out this stuff on like, yes, and they've put Radiant code into it to make it run better. Radiant software integrated. Like it's just a marketing term. It's just Retina display. Like, what are you talking about? Like I bet if you asked him, what does Radiant Display mean, or Radiant Software mean? I don't think he'd be able to tell you. Like, what does that actually mean? It doesn't mean anything. It's just a word. It's just something they say.
Brings the game to life above and beyond what we saw from Fallout 4. An upgraded version of
Again, I would hope so. It's been 8 years.
Radiant AI
Notice how he's just blowing past Fallout 76, by the way. Just don't talk about that.
allows non-player characters to dynamically react and interact with the world around them. Radiant Story, another software.
Hold on, I'm gonna show you this. Hold on. I have to find this now because Radiant AI Oblivion. Where's Todd Howard talking about it? E3 2005 demos.
Other side of the game, our new Radiant AI system. It allows NPCs.
This is from 2005. Okay, he's talking about this like it's cutting edge. Okay, 2005 at E3 is when this was recorded. This is Todd Howard, God Howard,
16 times the detail.
describing this.
Let's take a look at the other side of the game, our new Radiant AI system. It allows NPCs to have full 24/7 schedules. These NPCs are not scripted. We give them general goals, and they figure out on their own how to accomplish them. This is the western city of Coral. There are 9 main cities in the game and dozens of smaller settlements. Over 1,000 NPCs live in Oblivion, all with their own schedules and jobs. Cities are a great place to start a lot of your quests. Each city has its own unique shops, good for trading, breaking into at night, making it your own.
Good morning.
The NPCs also have dynamic conversations. These are based on your actions and what's going on in the world. It's a great way to pick up info.
Nilos, hello. Good to see you, Morris. What news have you heard?
The news is bad. Rumor has it there has been an attack on Kvatch.
No. So all of these, oops, I pressed the wrong button. All of these things that he's describing are like 20 years old. 18 if we're being specific or whatever. So all of the stuff he's tossing out are just recycled marketing gimmicks from decades ago. I'm a baby. He looks older than me. I don't know how I know this stuff and he doesn't. This is baffling to me, but it's just, this is your brain on fanboyism.
Piece of Creation Engine 2 allows for NPCs to dynamically create new quests for the player in unexplored places.
And to have outposts and settlements that need your help.
Characters in Starfield will be more dynamic and volatile, as you can stay in their good graces by helping them with quests, or see them become the enemy immediately by betraying, stealing, or harming others in their faction.
Ah, yes, like companions in Fallout New Vegas from 2010. You know, like, it's just, again, if you're just telling me that like all these features that have allegedly been in Fallout games forever are new, like, again, if I know better, I'm just not going to take you that seriously. Like, this stuff is old. This is well established. But when you list it off like this, and if you don't know any better, you're going to think that this is like groundbreaking stuff. But this, and this is, okay, maybe I should be precise. The reason why I get upset at this stuff is because consumers respect the statements of content creators a lot. If I tell you, oh, this game's great, you should go buy it, you might go and buy it. You're certainly more likely to go and buy it if you respect what I say, or if you like my taste in games, blah, blah, blah. And so for me to just casually hype you up or get you pumped about something, or even just lie to you, or lie through omission, or refuse to acknowledge the downside of something that has downsides, I'm going to get you to the point where you could potentially waste your money on something you shouldn't be spending your money on. I could get you to the point where you're going to buy the collector's edition of this or that, or where you're going to pre-order the game on this or that. Like, and if even just setting all the money stuff aside, just from the perspective of like, just hyping you up. If the game ends up being a broken mess for a month or two, people are going to come to me and be like, what the hell? Like, you hyped me up. You said this was going to be great. What is the deal? You know, like, they're going to be super disappointed. They're going to be bummed. And you just ruined that thing for them. You made them miserable just because you wanted the easy clicks of hyping them up. Like, man, that's why I care about this. Like, I'm not just trying to bash for the sake of bashing, but it's like the fanboyism is strong, and I try to fight it where I can because I find it super, super unhealthy. I just think it's a terrible thing. Because it makes you sacrifice your reasoning at the altar of fanboyism, and it's just bad for you.
Radiant AI makes it possible for procedurally generated quests to feel natural. Combat is a major reward during exploration in Starfield. Bethesda has the backing of Machine Games, the talent behind Wolfenstein, for weapons handling, aiming, reloading, and grenade throws, mixed with strafing, running, and boost jumps added for the traditional, well-loved first-person shooter mechanics. Gunplay in Starfield with a weapon wheel allows RPG fans to...
Did he just say backing? They have the backing of this? Yeah, Bethesda has the backing of Machine Games, the talent behind Wolfenstein. I mean, they're in the same family, but that's been the case forever. So, like, does that excuse, like, the bad weapon handling in Fallout 4 and Fallout 76? Like, what are you talking about?
Keep combat from hindering exploration and interaction, and best of all, keeping it uninterrupted. Updates to the UI and Creation Engine 2.0 shooting mechanics make on-foot combat very controllable and very satisfying. The outer space ship combat before it was shown was rumored to be rough and not fun, according to a former developer, but this gameplay shows a more fluid, visceral pitch, yaw, and roll attack pattern, seen in some of our favorite space battle games. Todd Howard says they are in the finishing touches and polishing phase for Starfield, and the space combat has seen an incredible update and a well-needed improvement. New updates to Creation Engine 2 allow you to build your crew and build upon the entire world while gathering resources from planets and enemy frigates. The combination of immersive worlds, living, moving civilizations, multi-tiered quests, punchy combat on foot or in space, mixed with transformative RPG mechanics, perks, and abilities, and a world literally filled with dynamic objects that can be used to craft, upgrade, and build your settlement and custom ship, are only possible in the new overhauled and updated Starfield Creation Engine 2. And with full mod support on PC and Xbox, the possibilities are limitless. Starfield will be a robust, memorable, and the most talked about game in 2023. But its legacy and potential will live on for a decade with Bethesda's excellent DLC, user-created content mods, and plenty to keep us busy until Elder Scrolls 6 in 2026.
Okay. Cool. My brain is fried. I was really hoping that there was going to be something in there that I hadn't heard about this new engine, but nope. Nope. It's just like, again, a list of marketing things from Bethesda's Twitter or websites, and then we just like go with it and just accept it. Okay, whatever. A little bit bummed. Yeah, dude, this is just a marketing video. Yeah, it kind of sounds like it. It's, you know what? If you want to hype people up, that's fine. But I'm gonna make fun of you when it's not even transparent. Like that was clear. Like that was laughable. But anyway, this guy in the video is a well-known hardcore fanboy. It's easy to clown on him, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, and you know what? He's got his thing that he loves and props. And it sounds like his audience is, you know, all on board with him. I just would like to, you know, I don't, how do I say it? I just think that there's reasons to be a little cautious when it comes to Starfield. And I don't have any breaking news to share. I don't have any like well-vetted leaks or statements from devs or anything. You guys know I talk to developers. You guys know I chat with people that are making these games. It's all confidential, of course. It's, you know, I'm not one of those journalists or somebody that's trying to like get the latest breaking story. But having said all of that, there are reasons, I think, to approach Starfield with a little caution from all the rumblings going on. I hope it's amazing. I hope it's great. I hope it is the game we all hope it is going to be. But I've heard through the grapevine that there might be some reason to be a little cautious. And that's what I will say. Anyway. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Okay, let me double check this guy who is supposed to come on and argue. Let's see. Yeah, for those of you not aware, we were scheduled to have a guy on to debate Breath of the Wild, and once again, it seems like not once again, but it seems like he has ghosted us. This guy did not ghost us before. We've had another guy that we were going to debate something. I don't remember what it was. We were going to debate something, and then he also ghosted us. And it seems like this is another instance of that. So I can't, yeah, it looks like he's seeing my messages, but is not doing it. Did he just get cold feet, or did he see me like poking fun at this guy about Starfield and now he doesn't want to do it? He's like, no, dude, screw this, man. I don't want to do that. Bummer, dude. It's such a bummer that people are like kind of iffy on talking about this stuff or debating this stuff, because I think it'll be fun. It'll be a good time. But yeah, people are iffy on it. I don't know. Can't debate greatness. Lazashi, I don't think I'm a very good debater. I just want to have a conversation about it. Like, I just want to talk about it. Like I'm not trained in debates. I haven't done like formal debates. I don't think I'm scary. I just want to chat about it. And if you like think that Breath of the Wild is not just overrated, but this guy said that he could defend Breath of the Wild being bad, I'm interested. I want to hear your case, you know? Are you debating a random guy? No, this guy is somebody who's done some YouTube videos and some content online stating his case, which is how I found him. So it's not just a nobody. It's somebody that like has a presence. And I was like, I think this would have helped him out, you know, a little bit of exposure, never hurt anybody. So I think this would have helped him out, but I think he might have gotten cold feet, which is just a bummer. Because I'm really iffy on inviting random people up to like debate it, because we had that one instance. I don't know if you guys were here back in the day. I think it was when we were like on Twitch playing Warzone back. I was still working in real estate and still doing all that. And I invited people randomly from chat into our party to play Warzone with us. And this one guy joined from chat and he was plastered. Okay, like this guy had been drinking since 7 a.m. and it was like 10 p.m. He was gone. And he got up there and it started funny enough. Like he was just hanging out with us playing the game and we're having a good time. And he would toss out occasional things that were like a little, like he thought they were really funny, but they just weren't. And then like out of nowhere, towards the end of the game, when we started getting like kind of beaten up a little bit, we weren't doing too hot, the dude went like off. He lost it. Like he started making a lot of really sexist comments, being like, oh man, he played like a woman, get back in the kitchen, woman, stupid woman, like stuff like that, just yelling at the top of his lungs. This plastered dude, I think his name was like Alejandro or something, I can't remember. And then he started, I don't speak Spanish, but he started screaming in Spanish something, like trying to trash talk, I guess, through the game to the guy that they were fighting. And I don't speak Spanish, but what I was told in chat by somebody who did speak Spanish is that he was saying some very naughty things in Spanish that way. Was it Kanye? Yeah, maybe. And so from that moment, I was just like, you know what? Maybe this is just not for me. You know, it's not. Some creators, they do the live debates. Anybody can come up on the stage on Discord and chat about it and do all that. And I was just like, I don't know if that's our thing. So I was like, oh, another content creator. They're not going to act too insane because they don't want to look like a maniac in general. But usually, you know what you're getting. If you see somebody's video or their stream and then you invite them on, you know what you're getting into. But so far, it's just been like a disaster trying to get anybody to come on. I'll invite people on and then they just, yeah, that sounds great, man. Yeah, I'll pop on at this time. And then that time comes around and they're nowhere to be seen. And like, yeah, I'm right here. Just join the Discord call. Still nothing. It's really weird. But I think it's, streamers are used to collaborating more. Streamers are used to like the conversational stuff where you hop on and you debate something, it's whatever. It's just quick and easy. Whereas YouTubers, I think, are much more homebodies. I think YouTubers are much less likely to do that kind of thing. So I think that's probably what it is, honestly. How can we earn the trust to get on the Luke stage? Well, I think I'm much more likely to do it for one, like just to think if we're trying to avoid trolls or people that might do something really, let's just say naughty. If we're trying to avoid that, long-term viewers or members of like the Discord or long-term members on the channel who have the badges, stuff like that, where I'm like, okay, they've basically through their time, in some cases through their money, they've like invested in a way in the channel. So I know that they're not just going to come up and be like a horse's ass. Like they're not just going to come up and spew off a bunch of racial slurs and try to get the video or stream taken down or try to get me struck or whatever. Whereas if I just let anybody up, you never know. We ran into that during Hogwarts Legacy where we had people coming into chat dropping the N-word, trying to get the stream taken down because we were playing Hogwarts Legacy. And so their way to fight, I guess, something they considered problematic was to drop very problematic words into the chat. And so it's like, to me, it was really weird. It was like, we don't like chemical weapons, and to prove it, we're going to use chemical weapons on you to get you to stop. It was just like, how does that follow? Okay, whatever. Whatever, dude. But yeah, man, it's just the whole thing. Invite me to sell you Star Citizen NFTs. Hero Brian. Oh, I think actually somebody did gift me. I think I got an email about it. I think somebody did gift me a bunch of stuff in Star Citizen again out of nowhere. Where would it would have been like here? Because I didn't like pay for like anything in Star Citizen except like the base package to get the game, so like $45, and then I got access to it. But a bunch of people came into those Star Citizen streams we did and just gifted me thousands and millions of credits, like just throwing money at me to play with. Like it was crazy. I've been wanting to go at Luke since his Valhalla take or hate. Dude, I think, so you guys were in the podcast, like you guys saw the podcast on Friday that we've been doing with Joe Raptor, and I love that dude. I love him to death. He is, we're trying to loosen him up a little bit because he doesn't like the super conversational stuff. His impulse is to treat the podcast kind of like a news video where we run through it. So I'm trying to like loosen him up, get him to chat a little more casually. But he is really funny to me because he plays a lot of Valhalla. He plays a lot of like Horizon and stuff, games that I don't find phenomenal. And that's one of the reasons I think that we are going to work really well as like a podcast duo, is that we are not the same. He likes games I don't like, and I like games he doesn't like. And so I want to get Joe Raptor to the point where we can debate some stuff, loosen him up a little, and have him have him defend Assassin's Creed Valhalla while I attack it. And that's like a whole segment in the podcast where we spend like an hour debating it. I think it could be really, really fun. And we're going to get him there. We're going to get him there. Does he have 2 keyboards? Yeah. All the best people have 2 keyboards. It's like a whole thing. He looks a little introverted. I think it's a new thing. The podcast isn't a new thing. And also, I mean, the content he does is very like, here's the stuff we're going through. Let's do it. Let's rock through it. And when that's your habit, I mean, when that's what you do, it's kind of hard to shake that and to do something else, which is like a really conversational podcast. And for me, like, I think I'm helped because we do these streams where I chat with you guys and it's very conversational and we hang out. And so I think it works. This helps like prepare me for those podcasts, but it's going to be interesting to see how the show develops, I think, for sure. It's going to be really interesting. Do you know what country he's from? My understanding is the Netherlands. That's my understanding. Oh, if you're still in here, Crimson, it was good seeing you. Does anybody think Star Citizen will ever release as a finished product at this release, at this rate or point? I'm genuinely asking. I'm not being all scam citizen. I think it is kind of like Warframe. The video tomorrow I'm putting up, I tried the new Warframe DLC expansion thing. It was actually really, really cool. And that, I think the way they describe it is that Warframe is technically in permanent beta. And I think that's what Star Citizen will always be. I think Star Citizen will always be just in this constant state of updates and new stuff pumping out. Like, I don't think it'll ever be done, if that makes sense. Doesn't it feel weird talking to a bunch of random people online who only reply in messages? Initially, Casper, I guess, but you get used to it really quick. And the weirdest thing is like, you'll meet people in real life who pop into the streams every once in a while. And so that can be kind of like, ooh, that's crazy. Like, you know, meeting somebody in public who's like, oh yeah, I'm so-and-so on YouTube. You might see me in the stream or the Discord every once in a while. And then like every once in a while, I'll see him pop into chat. And I'm like, oh, I remember we met in person. Like we ran into each other at this place. Oh, that's crazy. So there's that, which is weird. Cause then it's like a face to the name and that can shake it up. But eventually you just kind of get used to it. It's kind of fun. Like some people are weirded out by it and don't really understand it. And I get that. Like, I guess it is weird, but whatever. Let's see. I have thousands of hours in Warframe. Makes me sad what it's become lately. I don't know. It's changed a lot. It's shifted. I really, really enjoyed my time with it. They asked me to try out the new expansion. I was like, sure, why not? I'll try it. And I was actually like, oh, it's actually for a free-to-play game. There's a lot there. I was pretty impressed. Especially in the age of like all these broken releases, to play it and then have it work really well was kind of refreshing. Let's see. Jor works hard, even if he plays things that aren't everybody's menu. He's consistent videos weekly for years now. Yeah, Jor Raptor is one of the most consistent like grinders on the platform. Like he does amazing stuff, just nonstop. He's got a great team behind him too, from what I understand. But yeah, he goes hard. The chat inclusion is cool. Yeah, and Michael Corder, we're going to be trying to integrate chat more and more into the podcast. Because I know this last week, it was just kind of like, chat was there, but it wasn't like there. So we're going to try to make it more a part of the discussion. So we're going to do our little segment, and then we're going to spend like 5 minutes going off of chat and getting your feedback and stuff. Everspace 2, I have not touched it. No, I'm not. I'm not familiar with it, rather. Unrelated to anything currently being talked about, have you played Disco Elysium at all? Yeah, no, I freaking love Disco Elysium. I love it. I think I made a video on it like a year and a half ago, probably. But yeah, I love Disco Elysium. I just really like Warframe, but I really don't like the direction they've taken it over the years. Yeah, that's it. I know some people, you know, grow and change with it, and it's obviously changed. I think it originally released in 2013. So, I mean, it's been around for a long time. It's called a parasocial relationship. It's fine. Yeah, it is. And we've had to deal with some crap with that, of like people not understanding where barriers are. We've had to deal with that. We try not to bring it up too much discussing it, because it's just not a fun thing to talk about. But yeah, it is a thing, and it can cause trouble sometimes. What's your prediction for Tears of the Kingdom, Luke? I think it's going to be received tremendously well. I don't think that's that hot of a take. I think it'll be received tremendously well. I think it'll be really fun. I'm honestly not expecting it to be as long as Breath of the Wild. I think Breath of the Wild, I don't remember how much time I put into it before I beat it, but I probably put like 115, 120 hours into it before I set the controller down. And I was like, okay, I'm good to take a break for like a few years before going back to it. I would expect Tears of the Kingdom to maybe be like 50 hours, 40, 50 hours till you beat it. And then after that, plenty more to discover and explore. But I would guess that it's probably like 70, 80 hours. You'll probably be all good. Just because I expect it to be different from Breath of the Wild, but not like Breath of the Wild versus like Wind Waker or like one of the others, you know. I expect it to be different, but still kind of like, you know, the big brother or little brother, however you define it. It's going to be derivative of Breath of the Wild, but not different enough that I think it's just totally new, you know. Casper, thank you so much for becoming a member, by the way. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Member stream, yeah, James, we're gonna be doing those. Nikki wants to do her stream, I think on Tuesday, she said, and so that's going to be a different thing. It's I don't know how she wants to do it. If she wants like me there with her, I don't know if she wants to just do it and then me leave her alone. I don't know if she wants me to like ping it to the Discord for people to know. I'm not sure, but I'd like to eventually be doing like co-streams with Nikki, and she's playing, you know, her game and streaming, and then I can be streaming or just playing the game, and maybe we'll do some members only streams like that. I think it'd be fun. I'm actually afraid it will be too similar. I think Ali, like the combat's going to be the big thing that's very similar. Graphically, it's very similar, of course. The maps changed a little bit. They have the new overworld islands and stuff, but it's going to be similar-ish. I just don't know how transformative it'll be. But, I mean, they've spent, at this point, 6 years working on it, so they should be able to figure it out, I think. What's her link? She has not shared it with me yet. She's been very, very quiet and very kind of embarrassed by it, and she doesn't want to, like, share too much too soon, so she's been very quiet. But once I know, I'll probably still share it. Still get it out there. Did you see the game featuring Troy Baker and Roger Clark named Fort Solis? I think so. Didn't they like reveal it at some event? Fort. Yeah. I do remember this. It has a very stereotypical, like, Unreal Engine look to it. But it's intriguing. Single-player, third-person thriller set over one long night on Mars. Engineer Jack Leary responds to a routine alarm where events unravel and escalate out of control in a way he could have never imagined. Yeah, we know like nothing about it. Yeah, I'm intrigued. I'm interested. I just don't. There's not much to know about it. It's they've been very, very hush hush about it. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see. Who knows? Could be great. Could be terrible. I should do that. Guitar. I should. What if PlayStation implements built-in native support for stream on Twitch and YouTube? How do you think it'll affect the market? I think they already do, don't they? Because I know people stream off of their Xboxes. I think they do. I think you can already do that. But I don't think it like actually helps that much. Because you're very limited. Like you don't have a lot of flexibility with sound, with overlays, with anything like that. Like it's very, very basic. So it's something, but I don't think it really changes the formula much. Oh, I mean, where members come on and chat with you and Jor. James, I do like the idea of that. Yeah, like having a members only segment, maybe that's like 10 minutes, or maybe we do it once a month or something where we have a show that's all just conversations with members. That could be super cool. Yeah, I'd like that. I'll run that by Jor. I think that could be fun. That could be super fun. Hero Brian, here's some feedback. I hate AV1. Ever since you started using it, my live latency cannot go any lower than 10 seconds. Yeah, that is the one downside of the AV1 stuff, specifically AV1 with 4K. So the primary reason we went to the AV1 format is because at basically 1080p bit rates, we can stream at 4K 60, which means that I can stream like this, and then when we pull the footage after the fact to do stream clips, the stream clips can still be in 4K. Crazy. Like it can look amazing. The fidelity is just wild. The downside of that is that it takes longer for YouTube to process. So there is some delay for sure. As for the trade-off, the pros, negatives, I'm not sure, but if I don't speed up the playback to reduce the latency, it defaults to a whopping 30 seconds. Really? Oof. Baby, that's rough. I'm literally talking to you from the past. You're breaking my brain, dude. Yeah, and I mean, we could, so the AV1 streaming does support the 1080p stuff that we were doing. And at that point, going AV1 1080p, we could, in theory, still stream it at that lower bit rate with lower latency. And as for whether that's a good trade-off or not, I'm not sure. If enough people are frustrated by it, then I'm totally down to try the 1080p thing. We just go back to 1080p, ultra low latency, and just live with it. But at that point, I'm like, dude, like, is it worth doing AV1 at all if we're not getting that benefit of streaming in 4K? You know, that's it. There's just like this whole debate of trade-offs. I guess we could do like a little poll. Start a poll. Wait, hold on. What is your preference? 4K 60 with, let's just say 15-second latency, or 1080p 60 with, like, I don't know how quick. It's very quick, isn't it? Like 2 or 3 seconds usually. I think it's very quick normally. I guess if you guys know, I mean, what's the latency usually like on like the 1080p streams? Rocky, move back to Twitch. Twitch doesn't even support AV1. Twitch, it's not even an option. Let's see here, Brian. Getting Luke to catch your chat messages in between rants is an art in which you have to be highly skilled. If you start getting a latency of 10 to 30 seconds, you almost always fail to hit that sweet spot. Yes, it is true. It is true. I mean, I think you should maybe train Rocky and help Rocky, because Rocky always misses that window. But I think it's probably like 2. It's got to be like 2 seconds. It's very quick. So let's see your votes, because I'm down for whatever. I like the 4K 60 thing, but maybe what we do is we just reserve that for like really special events, or like the Game Awards, or like Summer Game Fest or something, where that resolution is beneficial. But yeah, I mean, I agree. The conversational stuff, this thing we're doing right now, the latency, I'm feeling it, where I'm like, what's the latency normally like? And then I have to wait 15, 20, 30 seconds for a reply. Whereas normally it's like, what's it like? And it's just however long it takes you to type it in, you know? So can't you do 1440p? The way YouTube's stream settings work, they have I have it pulled up right here. They have 3 different latency options: ultra low latency, and normal latency. Ultra low latency is only available for 1080p. Low latency is available for 1080p, but if you, I think it's like, it also allows you to have like closed captions and like some other stuff turned on. And then theoretically lower buffering for people. And then normal latency is what you have to use if you're streaming in 1440p or 4K. Like always. You don't have a choice. You can only catch the eye of the rant master by going on a rant yourself with 200 characters. You got to time it just right. Pop in there. Boom. 4K for gaming. Crazy how people don't care about 4K. Yeah, I mean, I think it's all just a trade-off. Of course, if there was an option of low latency like 4K, people would prefer that. But it's just not really a thing right now. Let's see. I just tried Silica Hybrid FPS and RTS made by one guy. I think I really liked it. Oh, really? Silica? Oh, I'll copy that into my browser. I'll look that up. Let's see. 24, it's a miracle Luke read your message between you being a mod and Luke's ability of missing my messages. It's a skill, really. I train very carefully. I'm always left flustered. I try. Third option, Luke does whatever he wants and I will blindly follow him. I like the way Guitar thinks. I like that. That's good. Why would you want to see something in 4K when we're mainly discussing things? I mean, that's a good point. If it's more conversational, like who needs to see every single pore and hair on my head? Who cares? 1 second is the latency normally. I believe it. Normally it feels really, really tight. You can, I already read that one. People prefer latency. Yeah. But here in Norway, I feel like latency is always the same. Usually takes me like 5 to 8 seconds before it's now like 15 seconds. Okay. I choose 4K 60 with 2 second latency. You thought outside the box. Not everyone has 4K either. I'm still rocking a trusty 1080p single monitor setup. Well, and in theory, the benefit of the 4K stuff is also just a higher bit rate. So it should just look better. It should just look better. But honestly, apparently the AV1 stuff at 1080p is going to look better than 1080p normally. So, I mean, I think you guys have been pretty clear. It's like well over, or a little over 3/4 of you prefer the 1080p 60 option with lower latency, which I get. And I will say, I do think a lot of people will be shocked at how good the 1080p 60 looks on like a 4K display. I think you might actually be surprised, because what they've tested is the AV1 stuff versus H.264, and with AV1, like we can effectively just do a much higher fidelity version of the image versus what you would normally see at 1080p because it can compress at lower bit rates. Luke, 2 things. 1, set up marbles on stream. 2, if you want me to talk to people regarding getting them on stream, give my track record with Pi. Yeah, no, and maybe Rocky, it like makes it seem more professional when I have a rep doing it. I'm down. If you want to kind of chase them down. I mean, you currently have a better track record than I do. So, and it was super fun talking with Pi. I thought that was super fun. Here's an option, Luke. You stream chat and then you watch us with 15-second latency in 4K. Oh, I like that. Just use AI upscaling, Luke. Yeah, I mean, you could do that. I just think no matter what, it's YouTube that's limiting all of this. Because if you send a 4K signal into YouTube, they just don't know like what to do unless you're in normal latency, which is much longer. And honestly, if we weren't so damn talkative, if we didn't chat so much, then it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But because we're very conversational and I like talking with you guys and we go through all of this, then, you know, it matters. So can you switch bit rates now, Luke? I can't while streaming. If the only way to do it is to end the stream, change the setting, and then turn it back on, which would be a new stream event. So it would break. So I guess Wednesday will be the first time we try it. What's the most disappointing game I've played? Honestly, I think probably the one that immediately jumps out to me, even though now I'm thinking of it, like I'm thinking of, oh, well, we got Cyberpunk and Fallout 4 was super disappointing. But honestly, the game I was hoping would be really, really good that just ended up being a disaster was Man of Medan. I went to E3 2019. I saw that Cyberpunk looked a little less exciting than people were making it out to be in that behind closed doors demo thing. And I was like, might just have been a weird showing, but it doesn't look that great. So I was already a little skeptical hippo-eyes towards Cyberpunk. Fallout 4, I was devastated by. I will be real. I was full-on fanboy with that game, and then they broke my heart. But this one, I was just kind of excited because this was coming from the guys that did Until Dawn, which is a game I really love. And I thought it like the trailers looked interesting, and hearing that they were going to kind of return to what had made them super well known, which was these like horror games, choose your own adventure kind of things. I was very, very interested. And then Man of Medan just ended up being a joke. It was painful. Oh, thank you, my babe. Is he being a lot? No, he's being good. I love you. But yeah. Watch, Luke is going to explode to 30K viewership soon, and we will all long for the days of casual convo chat like this. Maybe. I don't know. I look at the biggest streamers in the world, and frankly, I don't think I have what it takes to do that, because I personally don't like getting into like the heavy memeing stuff. I don't like I don't know. It's just not for me. Like I just, it's not who I am. It's not what I do. And maybe that's the power. Maybe that's what's going to help me blow up eventually. I have no idea. Or more likely, we're just going to stay with these kind of leaner, fun chats, and it's going to be a good time. But like last Wednesday, we had a crazy big stream. We were at like 600-700 for the whole time. It was wild. It was crazy. It was awesome. And like 6-7 months ago, we were at like 60 to 70 people in chat. So just bear that in mind. But I mean, you look at this trailer anyway, pivoting, looking at this trailer, I think it looks interesting. It looks pretty good. When you play it though, it's a disaster. It's buggy, unoptimized, clunky. just heartbreaking. I wanted it to be so good, and it just wasn't. But The Quarry, this one's also really clunky, made by the same guys, but I did have a lot of fun with this one. We've actually had a handful of friends come over to play this with us. We play it like a party game. We pop popcorn, get candy, maybe some wine, and then we just hang out and do the choose your own adventure thing.
Check everything. Look, it's not that big of a deal, okay? We'll just spend one more night here. No! No! Just stop. Let me think. No one out. Dracula's.
And like, it's not the most amazing game, but it's like a fun little thing to do on the weekend. It's a good time. Oh, my understanding is that this is Sam Raimi's brother. You know Sam Raimi, the guy that did directed the Spider-Man movies? Spider-Man like 1, 2, and 3. This is his brother. Looks just like him. Looks just like him. It was awful in a B-grade movie kind of way, where it's like, this is so stupid, but you're having a good time with it. That's how I played it. Like, it's not going to win any awards. It's like any Game of the Year awards or anything, but it's just like a fun, turn your brain off and have fun kind of game. Like, it's just dumb, but there's a place for dumb. I think, you know, it's not the end of the world to be dumb. Sometimes dumb is fun. Sometimes dumb is fun. Oh, what was that other game that just launched? Chrono Odyssey. That's what it was. Chrono Odyssey. This thing came out of nowhere. Here, look at this. We were going to talk about this last week and on the podcast, and we just didn't. But if you haven't seen this, look at this. Okay, you ready? Have you guys seen this? Chrono Odyssey. It's brand new. It's a next-generation open-world MMORPG poised to set new standards for MMORPGs. Haven't heard that before. Boasting unparalleled graphics, a vast and seamless open world, intuitive combat, and the unique time element, the game offers a challenge and stimulating experience. Right? I'm also loving the music. Oh, lordy. This is Chrono Odyssey. Like, look at this, playing with all your friends. Would this not be pretty badass? Imagine we do this like on the Discord. We get all of you guys in here and we all play this together. Like, wouldn't that be badass? Mesmerizing. Madness, right? Madness. Now, let's be clear. Who said it in there or in the chat earlier? Control the hype. Control the hype. Don't let it take it over. Guitar. Yes, Guitar Batch said something very important. I fear this game is one of the everything looks awesome because it's an Unreal Engine 5 now games, and that is totally fair. Okay, let's be real. Does this look great because it looks great, or just because it's like running in an engine that can make pretty much everything look great, you know? And what I will say is, for one, the engine won't magically create like interesting art assets or set pieces. The one thing is that they're showing this, and it's an MMORPG. I will still say like some of the animation stuff is a little wonky, but I mean, it's an MMO. So like, watch his hand placement here. His hand's technically floating above the surface. I could like make fun of that or point at it, but it's an MMO. Like, come on, chill out. Big set pieces like this are really fascinating and interesting to me, but MMOs are much less about big set pieces and just looking cool in these individual moments. And it's more about long-term support, long-term gameplay, the gameplay loop itself. It can be a really pretty looking game, but if the core mechanics are not there to keep you playing for dozens and dozens and dozens of hours, it doesn't matter how pretty it is. And like, these set pieces are really cool, but is this something where it's like, yeah, you go through and you fight 30 waves of these enemies? I don't know. Because there's been a lot of games that look awesome, but then just fail to really pull it off. I was hoping New World was going to be like the next big MMO that we could all get into and play together as like a community and blast through it. But of course, that one didn't really end up being that. It just kind of floundered after a little bit. I think it's still out there. Some people still play it a lot, but it's definitely not the big MMO people were hoping it would be. But I mean, these huge scale battles, these are what get me excited and really interested. So I'm intrigued there. And in theory, all of these, if these were all individual players, that would be awesome. Like, imagine 30, 40, 50 of us on stream doing this, and we're all hanging out together and we're fighting this big monster together. That would be pretty cool. I'm into that. I'm into that. So it could be, it could be something to keep an eye on. Could be interesting. It definitely looks like it's got the polish and the refinement it would need. But also the other thing is, we're looking at it and we're looking at it in this cinematic way. There's heavy motion blur on all of this. A lot of people, maybe even most people, turn off motion blur. So that's one of the reasons it looks really cinematic, is because that's turned on, but in gameplay, a lot of people turn it off. So that could be part of it. But there's no denying it looks really, really good. Graphically, animations look good. Music sounds good. Sound design looks good. It's pretty good. But the game itself, like, what do? I don't know. What am I going to be doing in hour 1 versus hour 50 versus hour 100? Like, I don't know. So yeah, Google the publisher. What did they say? It was NPixel Gameplex. Let's do this. NPixel Gamatsu. PC, iOS, and Android. Okay, maybe it's great. Maybe it's on Android and that stuff through like xCloud. I don't know. What else do they have to say about this? Previous announced are seemingly no longer planned. Okay, I retract my red flag. I retract it. It's no longer planned for iOS and Android. Apparently it was originally being designed for that, but apparently they're no longer doing iOS and Android. Okay, so maybe it's not that big of a deal. Let's see. Living Word. Okay. The trailer showcases the game's living and ever-changing world, which introduces new weather and environments with each season, as well as its innovative gameplay mechanics that allow players to manipulate time to redefine combat and the surrounding environment. It's scored by composer Chris Valesco, whose previous works include Bloodborne, Fortnite, God of War, and Resident Evil. It makes sense why I like the music. Our ultimate goal with Chrono Odyssey is to ignite players' passion and tie them with the truly unforgettable gaming experience, one that will last a lifetime. I would hope so. I certainly would hope so. From its website. Opposing players, the broken. Okay. The Guardians, those who protect Cetera under the guidance of the Great Ones. The Void, otherworldly invaders that reject the existence of life itself. The Broken, those whose bodies and minds have succumbed to the Void contamination. Outcasts, those who are all the more threatening for their humanity. And World Movers, those who have had the strength to survive and lay roots in Cetera. Okay. Lots of artwork. Jeez, dude. That is gorgeous. I'll give them that. What about the publisher? Where did it go? Gameplex. Fun corporate events. Virtual esports competition, workplace skills. I don't think this is right. Gameplex. Do they not? Is it a yeah, this is right. So it's a Japanese publisher. Try to translate. We will continue to challenge and innovate, change the industry. Fun world, okay. RPG with Soul, official site here. So they're like a mobile game publisher that makes mobile game RPGs and stuff. Huh. So like this is the other publisher's game. Oh, you just... I thought it was going to take me to a website. It just downloads the game immediately. Or the publisher, or the launcher for the game. Huh. So, as far as I can tell, these are basically unknown quantities. We don't really know what we're dealing with here. The the developer seems like they're new. No, wait, games? Grand Saga, multi-platform. No, so they made it. So, interesting. So that it's not a new publisher or a new developer. They've previously done work with Grand Saga. This is their other game. Ooh, they're even on the One store. I don't even know what that is, but they're on it. Try that game. I mean, how long is it going to take to download? I mean, if it's a mobile game, probably not long. Oh, dude, I don't even know how to begin translating. I don't think it's meant for somebody in the US to play it. Like, do I really want to go agreeing to all of this? What are the odds the game is going to be in English? I don't think so. You know. Daybreak Sentinel. So it could be great. It could be great. But when your most recent game is actually like a mobile MMORPG, I'm a little suspicious. Because what are the odds that this thing is not monetized out the ever-living ass, and that what they're showing here looks really good, but maybe it doesn't actually play that well? Because you know what mobile games are like obsessed with? Usually they show stuff that looks really, really awesome, and then when you actually get your hands on the game, it doesn't look quite that awesome. Or maybe this is going to be amazing. I don't know. But definitely skeptical hippo eyes. Yeah, you'll get pay to win gacha ads on the first screen. Almost certainly. Yeah. Congratulations, you killed the Void Beast. Now use the Void Beast hearts to pull the handle on this slot machine, which is going to give you a chance at maximum upgrade gems, which can be then used in this slot machine to upgrade this, and this. Or maybe it'll be great. We just don't have much to go on. I mean, I haven't played that other game that they've made, but I don't know. Are you leaning towards hard to transfer for the company to this type of game? I mean, I don't know what's involved with moving from mobile game development to like this kind of development. I can't imagine it's easy. And it also worries me that the publisher only has published mobile games. That worries me. And concerns me, because mobile games have a very different approach to monetization. And if this is a free-to-play MMO, I'm guessing they're going to have similar strategies. And that just concerns me. You know, because if people were pissed about Diablo Immortal's monetization, this one might also present some issues. But we'll see. We'll see. Have you tried Genshin Impact? I have tried Genshin Impact, yes. I've tried it. Not my thing, but I get why people like it. I was talking about the previous mobile one you downloaded. Okay, do you guys not have phones? That was Comet Azure, by the way. Do you think they're actually like copying stuff from Elden Ring? Who knows? I don't know. The reveal looks great, but you guys remember Godfall? That was like one of the launch titles for the PlayStation 5. And it looked awesome. Graphically, it looked awesome. And then we actually got it. Like you see, this looks awesome even still. But once people actually played it, they're like, oh God, this is just like undeveloped. It's not finished. It's broken. It's not very fun. Like, the look is not all that matters. Often there's more to it than that. You know, there's a lot more that goes into this than just pretty graphics, for sure. Lovid, thank you so much. It's very generous. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Lovid super chatted $19.99. If Xbox doesn't want to compete for quality of games compared to PS, Nintendo, does this affect future growth and appeal of Game Pass? Would this contribute to the whispers that Starfield needs to be a win for Xbox?
For one, I'm a little iffy on the idea that they don't want to compete. I think what Phil Spencer was trying to say is that if they do compete and if they do come out with 10 out of 10 games, it's not going to lead to like a significant change in the makeup this generation, which I agree with. Like, I think if they have 10 out of 10 games in a row, you won't see Xbox really making progress in terms of market share until probably next generation. They'll sell more consoles, sure, but I think people, if they really like Game Pass games, they're more likely, if they have a PlayStation, they're more likely to invest money in a nice gaming PC than they are to invest in an Xbox. Just because, you know, that just makes sense. However, I do think Starfield needs to be a win. It needs to be a must play, because so far they don't really have many must plays that are only available on Game Pass. So I think after Redfall, the perception is Microsoft cannot get quality games out, and that's a problem. So they've got to figure that out for sure. I totally agree. As for future growth and appeal of Game Pass, I think it affects retention for sure. One of the big concerns I have with Game Pass is that Game Pass has a fundamental issue, which is that if an amazing game comes out, it might get more people to sign up for Game Pass for a monthly thing. But until they fix their launcher, especially on PC, if a game is amazing on PC or Xbox, but it's just amazing on Game Pass and it's a Microsoft release, a lot of people will still just say, screw it, I don't want to sign up for Game Pass for a year. I'm just going to sign up for this one game and buy it on Steam. And I'll just do that. And especially because the PC launcher is totally broken. So I don't think that right now, if a game is amazing, Xbox necessarily sees a huge spike in signups, especially retained signups that sign up for Game Pass and stay signed up for Game Pass for months. They might sign up for a month, play the game, and then leave, which is not what they want. They want you to sign up and stay. So because they don't see a huge peak, that's a problem for them. And the other problem for them is that when a broken game comes out, or a perk for them rather, is that when a broken game comes out like Redfall, they probably aren't seeing a huge number of canceled memberships, because people are like, yeah, this game sucked, but I'm just going to wait for Starfield. Or there's so many other games on the service that I'll stay signed up for, but you know, this one sucked, but the rest are great and pretty good, and there's a huge selection, so I won't cancel my sign up just because this one broken launch was really bad. So they have the pro of not having people leave, but then they also have the con of not a lot of new people signing up. And the danger, I think, is that if they continue releasing broken games or buggy games or unoptimized games, people are going to get the perception that Xbox is the platform which has Game Pass, which is great, but Game Pass is filled with some gems and then a lot of crap. And it's only getting new crap. Like, it's not getting new gems, it's getting new garbage, which is what Netflix ran into like just a year and a half, 2 years ago. And all of a sudden they had a ton of people bailing and canceling their memberships because they're like, I love Netflix, I like the catalog you have, but there's been no new stuff that I really want to engage with for a while, so I'm just going to cancel until you get new shows that I actually want to watch. And all they were putting out was garbage. Just new seasons of random shows nobody watches, and then they cancel shows that people really like, and you know, it's just a mess. Microsoft bought so many studios and released Redfall, that's all. Yeah, well, Dante, apparently Redfall was already in the works, pretty far along in the works when they bought them. So it wasn't Microsoft's doing that they got Redfall. Apparently Redfall was, if they never bought ZeniMax, Redfall would still have released like this. That's at least what they're saying. Game Pass, more like Game All Pass. Epic, good to see you, my friend. But anyway, yeah, I love it. I do fundamentally agree. I think it's a problem if they continue down this path, because once the perception is that Game Pass is just kind of new Netflix, it's a platform with a lot of content, but it's old content that you can get elsewhere, and it's also that like they're not getting any new stuff that's a must watch or a must play. I think that they won't be able to shake that perception very much. Oh no, Grand Saga's a Web 2 and 3 game. Oh, it's an NFT game. Okay, now I'm super
Lovid
sussy.
super chatted $4.99.
Oh,
I agree. Thanks,
Thank you.
man. I got a Series X for Game Pass, Starfield, but mainly game on PS5. Hard passed on Redfall. And not many good games on Game Pass.
yeah. Thank you for the $4.99 again. And I agree. I have the Xbox upstairs. I have the PS5 upstairs. We turn on the PS5 a hell of a lot more than the Xbox. Not because I have anything against it. There's just no reason to play games on that versus on PlayStation. And that's the big issue right now. And I don't know if it's Microsoft's weird perception that more is better or what, but right now, Game Pass is very quickly becoming just the Netflix of gaming, and that's not something you want. Because once people have the perception that Game Pass doesn't have any must-play games and it's just old stuff and bloat, people are just going to cancel their memberships and move on. Or they'll come back, sign up for a month when something new comes along that they want, and then cancel. That's what people did with like the with HBO. People canceled all their memberships after Game of Thrones ended. And like, yeah, I'm good. So they cancel, they bail, and then they land The Last of Us. People sign up for The Last of Us. But a lot of people waited until The Last of Us ended, then signed up, watched it all in a week, and then canceled. And you notice they scheduled it out, so it was over 2 months, like 2.5 months. Because wasn't it 9 episodes? I think it was 9 episodes. So they scheduled it over just over 2 months, so that you have to sign up for 3 months if you want to watch it as it's coming out and stay with it. You know, it's very sneaky. They knew what they were doing. But if you're okay with waiting, you just sign up for 1 month and then you just go with it. You know. So Game Pass is kind of becoming everybody's worst fear, the place you throw mid games or old games on. People just want to get excited for a specific game, buy it, own it, throw money and time into it. Yeah, and I agree, World Renowned, that once the perception comes that's what it is, it's going to be very, very hard to shake it. And that's why Xbox needs to be prioritizing more than ever phenomenal games, 10 out of 10 game of the year contenders consistently that you can only get on Game Pass, that keep you signed up for it. Because if they have that, then they can compete. But so long as their major first party releases are stuff like Redfall or niche games like Pentiment, which is great, but Pentiment does not appeal to most people. Or Hi-Fi Rush, great game, doesn't appeal to most people. They have to get these broad market appeal games that are great and put those out there. I mean, they got to figure it out. A while ago, someone I follow had their channel hacked and it started streaming Tesla stuff. Don't know if it's the same thing, but if it's suddenly in your feed. Oh, under Hairbrine. Yeah, that happened to Lion Detective Superficial. It wasn't pronounced to happen. Tesla is live on YouTube. Tesla Lithium. What? Oh, yeah, they are live. Yeah, it's like the official Tesla page. Chat's disabled. Huh. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe just an update on their batteries? I have no idea. Really weird. Dude, I want a Tesla so bad. I keep telling Nikki though, I'm like, I want the this is how I know I've matured, okay? I'm like, I want a Tesla. Could I technically afford a Tesla? Yes. Technically. I could pay the bill and not go broke, and we'd pay all of our other bills, it'd be fine. But I'm like, would I rather spend like $700 to $1,000 a month on a super awesome car, or put that money into like the stock market or a savings account? And I'm like, I know what the right answer is. The right answer is you save that money and you just deal with having one car and dealing with it. You just put up with it. But man, I want that. I want the Tesla. I talked to Nikki. I was like, what if we sold the car that we share? What if we sold that, traded in? Because it'd be like, you know, the car we have right now is maybe worth like anywhere from 16 to 18,000, you know, maybe depending on the market. And so I was like, if we traded that into a Tesla, and then we do that, and then we save the money on the gas and things like that. But it's like, either way, you're spending more money because we don't owe anything on that car upstairs. You know? Like, if you do lease one, dude, their build quality is sussy. I would probably be more interested in leasing than buying, especially because the secondhand market for Teslas isn't great. And Teslas are changing so much so frequently that I'd rather just have it, you know, and then trade it in, get the new one. But I don't know, the 15,000 miles. Nikki's convinced that the 15,000 miles, which is the max you can put on the lease per year, is too low. She's like, oh, we'll drive 20, 30,000 a year, easy. I'm like, that sounds like a lot of driving. Like, I don't think we drive that much. I really don't think so. Do you need a second car? We don't need a second car, but it would be very nice to have a second car, because pretty much anytime Nikki goes to do something with Lockie, of course I'm stuck here. I'm not able to go anywhere. And vice versa. If I ever leave the house, then Nikki can't go anywhere. And if something happens with Locke, all of a sudden she can't load him in the car and take him to the doctor or whatever. Like, we're limited, you know? It's just tricky. There's no right answer. It's just like, yeah, it would be nice to have to own a car or a second car. It would be nice, but from what I hear is Tesla service is a hot mess. Am I wrong? My uncle owns a Tesla, and he said that it was actually pretty effortless. They set him up with another Tesla to drive while he was having repairs done, and just they did the thing, and it was fine. You have to go to like the actual service centers, though. You're not going to like a mom and pop shop to get your Tesla fixed, which is maybe where some people have a problem with it, but not a fan of leasing. I think if you understand what you're doing with a lease, it's fine. If you're going to buy new or lease, they're comparable. Just the difference is the lease, you know, you're not signing up to deal with this car for 10 years. And it just fundamentally, like, it treats cars like a rental thing, like kind of you're renting your apartment. Whereas, you know, of course, buying a car, you're trying to buy it. And cars don't ever appreciate except in very, very rare circumstances. And so, like, at that point, just like lease it. Just to embrace the fact that you're losing money on this thing and deal with it, you know? I may or may not be planning to go buy a new car right when I start working in a month. Oh, dude, it's freeing. Having a car is nice. Certified pre-owned is much better than a lease. Yes. My Honda Accord that we sold like a month or two ago, longer than a month or two ago, like 6 months ago. But my Honda Accord was a certified pre-owned. I think it was a lease, and then it got turned in, and then they sold it to me. What's up, Rubes? Good to see you. You could do so much more with money, like building your business, just getting a daily driver with good gas mileage. Yeah, no, well, and that's why I'm saying, like, I would really like, oh God, it's starting. What is this? It's just Elon showing up with its Cybertruck. Oh, is this their new like lithium plant or their battery manufacturing plant? It's got shovels, like Tesla themed shovels. Oh, that's funny. It's a groundbreaking event? Okay.
Well, welcome everyone.
I figured.
It's glad to have you all here. We're incredibly excited to announce the biggest lithium refinery, one of the biggest lithium refineries in the world, and a location that will be able to, we expect produce lithium for about 1 million vehicles, and
it's very
produce
quiet.
more battery-grade lithium than the rest of North American refining capacity combined. So I'd like to introduce some people here. Let's see.
All right, lithium refinery place. Looks like it's in Texas. And it will create more lithium than any other place in the United States combined. So that's cool. Futuristic shovels, yeah, because you got to have them. Yeah, but like all of this, like I was saying, do I want a Tesla? Yeah. Do I need a Tesla? No. Should I buy a Tesla? No. Will I buy a Tesla? Maybe one day. But right now, I'd be much better served spending that money, like investing, setting it aside, trying to buy things that will gain value instead of lose value. So take my example, even though you really want something, take a deep breath, swallow your pride, and don't do it. The only way I would do it is if we had if those tax credits get way better, or if there's some huge spike in gas prices, or if our car breaks down, then I'd be like, oh, maybe. But do I think video games are becoming overpriced? Broadly, no. In some cases, yes. Redfall, super overpriced for what they had. But do I think $70 for a AAA game like God of War Ragnarok is overpriced? No, I think that's fair. Especially when you look back in the 90s and you see games in the 90s releasing for the $70 back then, which is the equivalent of $150 to $200 now. It's like if anything, games have gotten cheaper when you look at buying power. But people only look at it from the point of view of oh, but this number is bigger than this number, so that means it's the bigger number is more expensive. So games are more expensive now than they were. But it's no, with inflation, because your buying power decreases over time, now games are cheaper than they were back then. $70 today buys you the same amount of stuff, whether it's food, electricity, living expenses, whatever, buys you the same amount of stuff, has the same buying power as $60 5 years ago. So it might feel like prices have risen, but it's just that the currency's dropped in value. If you get a Tesla, make it sound like a TIE fighter. I've heard you can do that, Luke. Yeah, you can you can set it to do that, which is super fun. I don't know. One day I'll do it. One day I'll get my Cybertruck and everybody will make fun of me for driving a car that looks made up, looks insane. Because you guys know I do like the look of the Cybertruck, but I do understand that a lot of people think it looks super, super dumb. I get that. Looks like they have a blackout in the headlights, though. They gotta fix that. They gotta fix it. Speaking of build quality, it's so funny. They just had Elon go from here, drive around, and then come in and make his entrance that way. That's super funny. It's a good touch that they lowered the flags to half staff. That's a good touch. I'll give them that. I wouldn't have even thought about that. I would have been like, oh, put the flags up, whatever. But they put them at half mast. That's good. And yeah, I understand that people think that this looks super dumb. I don't know. I think it's kind of funny. It's and if you're gonna drive a car, why not drive a car that looks outrageous? Why not? Buy a Cybertruck when you get 400k subscribers in the main channel. There is no good way for somebody who does this stuff to get something like that and not come off as a prick. Like, if I get the Cybertruck and then I make an announcement or a video on it, everybody's just gonna be like, okay, cringe, you're trying to show off your Cybertruck to us. L take, bro. So there's no good way to do it. And I don't want to be like trying to rub something like that in people's faces. I think the one videos that like would be super fun to try would be like trying different games running on a Tesla. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen this. You can actually run games off of your Tesla because it has like a good amount of computing power in it. So when you're parked, you can just straight up like game on it.
Let's go! Latest 2022 and up Tesla Model S and even the X now support hardcore gaming. And I'm not talking about like the mobile games you've got on your phone. I'm talking about the real deal. Now you might be asking yourself, why would I even want my car? Boom. Talk about that section of the menu.
Want to show me?
Along all the other games that the car has access to. All right, you guys. So this is actually going to be my first time trying this out. So I've got my Steam library over here. So basically
Steam's
all
just
the games
running
that
on it.
I've purchased using this platform. You know, on my computer, I got them all right in front of me. And I went ahead and downloaded this game called Scarlet Nexus. Let's how smooth it runs. A few drop frames, but I'm playing the game. That's
it actually works.
It's actually working, which is kind of wild. Okay, I'm seeing a few. I want to do.
I wonder how you optimize a game for the Tesla.
Hey, the Harry's car. That works.
Hold on, I want to see who's running.
Let's do this.
Apex
in your car. Let's play a different game. If you said.
I want to see The Witcher.
Oh, I got a kill. Let's go. I don't care.
Like, isn't that crazy? Is that outrageous? It would be great for going to Target with wifey. Nikki, I'm going to stay behind in the car.
Oh, more than one. Oh, let's go. Oh, you tried. Oh, man. That was insane. So it really wasn't an issue. So we didn't really have too many issues in terms of like Wi-Fi. It's just the game is so like, it is not built for this system. I mean, I feel like I saw what I needed to. Should we drive somewhere and see how it plays on the go?
Is this a Model S? I think it's a Model S. It has this different steering wheel. Oh, 3.2 million subs. That's why he can afford it. The Model S is like, it's pretty pricey. Model S. Yeah, it was a Model S. Yeah, they start at $87,000. So it had better run Apex Legends. Like, god damn it. Or the Plaid is like 107. Like what I was not looking at something. I was looking at like the cheap Model 3. Like these Model 3s are much less aggressively priced. Like after savings, it's the equivalent of like $29K when you factor in gas savings and stuff like that. Plus you get the EV tax credit. Colorado offers like $2,000 if you drive an EV. You can get refunded on your taxes, stuff like that. So. Only the S and X have gaming hardware? Oh, well, there you go. Only the S and X. It's not meant to be. Oh, maybe he was driving the X. Because this also has the game, or the steering wheel like that. How much is this one? I don't even know. Oh, it's even more. It's 100,000. Okay. Okay, well, there you go. There you go. So yeah, all of this to say, it's very, very nice car, but we do not make anywhere near enough money to be able to justify one of those cars. Like, Jesus Christ. Maybe one day. Maybe we'll get those skill up numbers one day, or those Yang Ya numbers one day, but as of right now, it's just doesn't make a lot of sense. And again, like if you could drive a $5,000 clunker, And I know in some places $5,000 clunkers are not clunkers, but here in Colorado right now, there's a shortage of used cars. So like I saw one that was a 2001 like Honda whatever with like almost 250,000 miles. They wanted like $3,800 for it. Wow. Okay. And it was an automatic, by the way. So like if you can drive a clunker and get the job done and then invest and save the $1,000, $2,000 a month you'd be spending on that stuff, you're going to end up better. Put up with that for like a few years. You'll be able to invest in stuff that will pay for that car payment. You know, you'll be better. You'll be better off, but it's just, you have to have the self-control to deal with it and to not spend the money even though you want. Or you could be like Darkside Phil and you could go and spend like over, like, I think it was over, I don't know, it was tens of thousands of dollars. People did like a breakdown. They investigated Darkside. Yeah, it is Darkside Phil. Because it's DSP. And they found out that he spent over $100,000 of donation money on a mobile game. Like it's a mobile card game about WWE wrestlers. If you've not seen this, posted like 9 months ago, Secret Limited, you should watch it. It's like kind of crazy how they figured this out. But the dude straight up spent like $100,000 on this mobile game and then goes and like whenever there's a big event happening in the game where he wanted to spend a lot of money on microtransactions, he would go and like start doing a begathon on stream. Just like he'd be like, guys, if I don't get $10 in donations in the next 5 minutes, I'm gonna turn off the stream. Like, you guys are very generous. I never ask you guys for these, and I'm still humbled every time you send something in. But he would like straight up try to blackmail his audience into giving him money, and then they find out that it's all just going towards paying for this gambling addiction. It's like, oh my God, get some help, dude. Do you have an investment learning resource you'd recommend, finance guy? There's some good guys on TikTok and on YouTube. There's a lot of bad resources on YouTube and TikTok. One guy, if you are interested in personal finance stuff and you just want to like see mistakes people make and how to fix it and deal with it, this guy is entertaining as hell. He actually got started on TikTok, Caleb Hammer. I've never spoken to him. I don't know him, but man, he's got some crazy people that come out and talk with him. And it's just like 28-year-old refuses to grow up and take responsibility. It's people who like have maxed out credit cards on everything. They drive a car that's way too expensive. They're destroying their lives financially. And then they sit down with him and he breaks down their finances for them and explains like what they're doing wrong and how to fix it. And it's very entertaining and it's also informative. And so it's a very approachable thing. He also does some of these separate videos where he'll show like what he recommends doing with your money, because he's bought some investment properties and things. But it's very humbling.
It doesn't matter what you feel. Why the do your feelings matter in that situation? Sorry, getting heated. Getting heated. You know I get heated.
Okay, yeah, it's okay.
Especially with you.
Because I'm very go with my intuition. Like, that's what feels right. That's
but
what
your
I want to do.
intuition in this situation is idiotic, because the reality is like there. It's literally Googleable.
What? Like, yeah, I guess. I definitely do want like a perspective change. I do want to like.
Couldn't get it.
Therapy.
Yeah. I just don't like.
Like, that's what we need to see. Is we need to see you putting the work in.
Okay. I can do that for you guys. I start the 30th.
He hates it.
I know. I got another job. I'm still streaming.
I'm just thinking. Character and there's flames behind him.
This guy wants. This guy that they're talking to wants to be a Twitch streamer, and they pulled up his Twitch stream because he has all of his bills paid for by his mother, and so yeah, this guy, And so all of his bills are paid for by his mom. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't get a job at any of this stuff. And this guy's like, well, I want to be a streamer. So they pull up his stream, and it's him, like, I kid you not, driving, and he just has his phone like tossed on the passenger seat, and it's just, he's not talking, he's just driving his car, which is against TOS, by the way. You're not allowed to stream while driving, otherwise you can run people over, like that one girl who ran over that dog. But he's just like driving, and then he goes and like gets lunch, sets the phone down on the table and eats lunch, and then he goes back over and does his other thing. And they're like, this is not how you become like a big streamer. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, chill out, daddy, chill. But his stuff is very, very entertaining because he just breaks down what some of these people get into and the situations they get into, because it's the delusion some people have. I remember one guy wanted to be like an actor, and so he was like, well, being an actor is also about showing up to the auditions with, you know, dressed properly, and you need to make a good first impression. So he was like taking out massive loans to go shopping at Gucci or at Louis Vuitton and getting these all on credit cards, spending thousands of dollars on clothes for these auditions, and then going, and he had a car that he drove that was like $100,000 that he's paying like 20% interest on. And like, basically he's ruined his life taking on all these debts that he cannot afford to pay just because he thought it sounded fun. Like, crazy. But it's very, very entertaining. Ricky Gutierrez. Let me Google him. I'll probably recognize his name or his face. Ricky. I'm not familiar with this guy, but my immediate impulse reaction is, if you see a guy, for one, day trading is a thing, but day trading is something that how do I even say it? It's just either you are a genius savant or there's something else going on to make your money. Most of these guys, there's a reason that they make all of their content around like showing off fancy cars, Lambos, Bugattis, and things. Truly rich people don't do that. My old boss that was worth like just shy of $1 billion, he had a house with multiple elevators in it, you know, and he drove like a very unassuming car to work. He wore clothes that were decades old. He's sports coats and things that he's had since the 80s. He's very unassuming because he didn't spend or waste his money on cars like that. And so whenever I see people that are like, let me give you financial advice, and their whole thing is about like showcasing their wealth, I get a little suspicious. He might have really good stuff, I don't know. But I always get a little iffy with, for one, day traders, and two, people whose content is based around showcasing fancy cars, because you can rent these. Like, you hop on Toro, you can rent it for $200 for the day and then film all this content, and then people think, wow, he has a Lambo. It's like, no, I just rented one for a couple $100, and that video made me 10 grand, so I'm good. So I'm always a little iffy on those guys, but I don't know. This guy might be great. I have no idea. But the fundamental basics, read Benjamin Graham, The Intelligent Investor. Like, read that. The problem is most people view investing as speculation, buying this thing hoping it goes up in value. That's not investing. You're speculating. You're gambling. If you're gambling, cool, you can make money gambling at slots or playing blackjack or trading options and day trading, but it's not investment, and you can lose it just as quick, if not quicker, almost certainly quicker
Disco
Oh,
than you
got it.
13 super chatted $20.
Investing's different. Thank you,
Sup,
Disco
Luke?
Cobra.
Hope all is well with you and your family. Just wanted to give updates on things with me. Still working on my retro room. Have the PS1, PS2 hooked up for now. Still planning on hooking up Xbox OG N64 and NES soon.
Oh, sick, dude. It's gonna be awesome. I was actually just talking to Rocky. We're gonna do another set like a setup tour video reaction thing where we're going to look at all of your setups. By the way, if you want to submit those, hop over to the Discord, join, and give Rocky or Imperium pictures of your setups, and we'll react to it. But you'll have to share pictures of that once you get it all done, because that's going to be awesome. Yeah, everybody knows the best way to get rich is renting out Bugattis. Yeah, exactly. Can look at the keychain if it's that's rented. Yeah, no, I'm sure you can. It's just, again, some of these guys that like buying really fancy things are actually very wealthy and they are brilliant. But day trading, again, if it was easy, everybody would do it. Everybody would be a millionaire. And whenever you see these guys that are day trading, they're like, and now we're looking for the three chair leg pivot pulsation throbbing penis move of the stock, and then we're going to go in and sell this option here. 95% of the time, they have no idea what they're talking about. Zero. I had professors that were day traders on the New York Stock Exchange, like back in, well, I guess whenever they were young, so probably like 90s, early 2000s. And these guys really know their shit. And it's never that, like, they don't talk about it the way these guys on TikTok or YouTube talk about it. They don't talk about it like all of these financial gurus. For them, they're like, no, we weighted the, you know, different ratios, and we checked out, you know, their EPS was not where we thought it should be, considering all of the other factors. And so we ran some numbers. Then we realized that the bank that was backing this company actually had a liquidity crisis in Indonesia. So we got really worried about that. And then what we did is we did some swap trades using a swap bank in the Netherlands. And it's very, very technical. It's not exciting. They don't have nicknames for these things. It's a very technical mathematical thing. And whenever you like, you just got to think about this. Oh, and by the way, thank you, Michelle. Thank you for the $10 dono. Thank you so much. Appreciate you for the dono through the PayPal. Appreciate you. Yeah, it's just, if you ever see somebody and it seems like, wow, they making millions out to be so easy. Do you really think that this like dude bro has cracked this system to make all this money, that all of these firms that spend billions with a B, billions of dollars investigating and figuring out, do you think they've not figured it out? Do you think you've cracked the code that they haven't cracked with supercomputers? Did you know on the stock, like New York Stock Exchange, they are so worried about competition because they have all of these supercomputers doing trades constantly that they measure out to the sub-millimeter, to like the nanometer, how long the Ethernet cables are connecting the supercomputers to the supercomputer that does the trades. Because if the one cable is an inch longer than the other, that's a little bit of latency that could end up costing them millions over the course of days, weeks, months, years. Like, that's how competitive this is on those actual exchanges. Do you think the guy sitting in his basement with his rented Bugatti, who's like, yeah, now we're looking for the long penis pivot, and we're gonna see if we can spot the discharge, and right as we spot the discharge, we're gonna pivot and buy 10 shares of Tesla? Like, no, he has no idea what he's doing. Okay, zero idea. He might get lucky, he might gamble some stuff, but another way to tell, if they sell a course, if they sell a Discord server where they share their trades, if they do any of that shit, they're full of it. Okay, nobody who actually is making money trading is running a Discord server or a like guide of what they recommend buying. Okay, none of them are. Zero. Almost every time they've done this, like they actually, I can't remember the name of the guy. There was a guy running a finance Discord, who, like, he actually, they announced that they're, I think it was the FCC or SEC. I mean. The SEC was filing charges against him. Yeah, this right here. SEC files charges and charges 8 social media influencers in $100 million stock manipulation scheme promoted on Discord and Twitter. So what these guys, Twitter handles, you see all of their handles. This is all alleged. But what these guys would do at Ultra Calls, the stock sniper, 250,000 followers. This guy's been indicted by the SEC for stock manipulation. Because what he would do is go on Twitter and pump up these stocks. And he would secretly own, say he owns 10,000 shares of this penny stock. And then he tweets out saying, oh, this is going to blow up. Everybody go jump on it. It's about to blow up. And then because everybody's jumping on it, his whole following, the price would skyrocket. And then he would sell all of his shares. You know what they call that? There's a term for that. You know what they call that? A pump and dump. You know what that is? Super freaking illegal. Super illegal. And that's where these guys landed themselves in some hot water, baby, because they're doing this all the time. So any of these finance guys that you see on like TikTok or YouTube, you know, if they're sharing stock picks, usually there's something fishy going on. There's something really, really fishy going on. And in this case, they're pretty confident that these guys knew what they were doing and were doing it intentionally and consistently. And, you know, they can make some money doing it, but eventually it catches up with them. And again, remember what I said about the fancy cars? Red flag. Red flag. It's got the fancy car, probably rented, maybe not. Who knows? 130,000 followers. All this hasn't tweeted since December. When did this drop? December 14th, 2022. So it dropped in December, and you notice immediately once that dropped, they all stopped what they were doing because it's super, super illegal. Like, if anybody looked at this guy and thought that he was a brilliant investor, like, come on, dude.
I'm from Tel Aviv, Israel. Now I live in Beverly Hills, California. Last year, I turned $3,000 into $4 million.
We used to be broke!
I am a stock trader.
Fuck, MEIP, holy shit.
And I am also the number 61 DJ on the planet.
Wow. Clearly somebody who knows what they're talking about. Enter our trade zone. Text this to this. That's just a way to pump and dump. Because what he would do is, or it's a McLaren. Obviously, I don't know cars. What he would do is he would text out, buy this stock right now. And then it would spike it up. And then he'd sell all of his. And then, of course, it would crash once everybody realized, oh, somebody just sold a ton of it. And then it would crash. Super slimy. So whenever you see these guys that are framing it all around social media and it's all about fancy cars, crazy lifestyles, all this, most of the time, it's all just BS. The guys that really know how to make money are usually pretty unassuming. They're pretty chill. They usually don't flaunt a ton of money. And I mean, the most extreme example is somebody like, Warren Buffett. I mean, he's like the most extreme example. Because like this is Warren Buffett's house. He's owned it since like the 60s. Yeah, he bought it for $31,500 in 1958, or about $250,000 in today's dollars. And now it's worth about $650,000. And he calls it the third best investment he's ever made. But he's a billionaire. The dude's worth like $100 billion. And this is where he lives because he's good. He owns like all of these crazy stocks. He's a brilliant investor. He's done all this amazing stuff. And this is just where he lives. He doesn't need anything fancier or crazier. I'm happy there. I'd move if I thought I'd be happier somewhere else. It's like, I don't need fancy cars. Like, he's just super chill. Like, really rich people that actually know how to get rich live like that. They're not worried about you thinking they're rich by driving a fancy car. They don't care. Like, why would they care? Like, I know what's in my accounts. I don't need your validation. And like the only reason I would get the Tesla is so that I can enjoy driving the Tesla and we save money on gas and stuff like that. But seeing how expensive they are right now, it just doesn't really make sense. Especially when you're young, the power of compounding interest is amazing. Elon has his tiny house, I remember. Yeah, Elon right now I think is in the same age that that Bezos was in back in the 90s, where he's still on the grind, and I think eventually he will chill out, and Elon will go and buy like the giga yachts and he'll go and live like a party animal. But right now he's in his 90s era for Bezos. This is Jeff Bezos back in the 90s. A lot of you probably have never heard him talk, but Bezos is like a goofball. He's like an actual goofball.
Times this morning, New York Times?
Yeah, I saw the Times this morning.
At one point on Friday.
So this is Jeff Bezos driving the car in the 1996. He's worth like billions and billions of dollars at this time, and he's driving an old, like, or I think this was actually in 1999, but he's driving a 96 Honda Accord, so like a 3-year-old car.
Friday, Amazon.com's total stock market value surged past $30 billion, making it worth more than a major industrial company like Texaco. That didn't blow your mind when you read it?
Well, I think if you're asking for sort of an emotional response, I think it's very humbling, and it creates a sense of responsibility.
According to my calculations, you yourself are worth somewhere in the vicinity of $9 or $10 billion today. I only say that because I've got a follow-up question.
Okay.
What's with the Honda?
This is a perfectly good car.
In July of 1995, from this modest ranch house outside Seattle, Bezos sold his first book. Today, he has 5 huge warehouses in the United States and Europe, packed not only with books, but with CDs and movies. Last year, Amazon sold more than $600 million worth of merchandise over the internet.
Hey, PK, local financial, I think that's you. C93's coming back.
Like, isn't that crazy? But that's how he built his insane net worth. A lot of other people would have built that to the point where it's worth $9-10 billion. He would have gotten out, sold all of his shares, and lived the rest of his life as a multi-billionaire from the time he's in his 30s and 40s. But he kept building it. He kept it on the grind, and he kept going and going and going, living very, very chill and quietly, and got to the point where it's worth like 150 billion. Sold it. No, he hasn't sold it. He still has it, but he's left Amazon. Now he's doing other stuff. I think he's like still chairman or something, but anyway, he's not like the CEO of Amazon anymore. Yeah, what's crazy is how that guy was typing. Yeah, dude, for real. Can you tell this is like the 90s when people still didn't really know how to type on keyboards? Like, look at that. He's holding it up. What a boomer. But like this is like, that's how you grow your insane wealth. You can get rich by just doing your thing and getting out at a good time and moving on, but you get filthy rich by staying on that grind and by sacrificing your own personal like party lifestyle and goodies and just focusing on the growth of it. Bezos could have driven like the crazy Mercedes, bought the private jets, built the giga yacht. Have you seen his giga yacht? Bezos yacht. It's like a $500 million yacht. This is what he travels the world in now. Okay, like this thing's outrageous. Very different from like driving the Honda, the 3-year-old Honda back in the day, right? But it's because he was on the grind for so long, and now he's like, yeah, I'm good. I've reached my pinnacle. I'm good to just keep doing my thing. It's kind of hard to believe that this is the same guy from that last video who's like the giga nerd goofball. But it's wild. It's wild. Isn't it a sailing yacht? No, this thing ain't sailing. This thing has like a private movie theater, infinity pools, helicopters. Like, it's crazy. Multiple different layers. Like, it's madness. And I'm sure he leases it out and he does stuff. He's not always on this thing, but it's just wild. Wild. Elon will never reach a pinnacle until he lands on Mars. Well, that's the difference. Is Elon's a dreamer, and I don't think... I think fundamentally Bezos was always interested in just building the best company he could. And then he did that. He built this amazing company, and now he's like, yeah, I'm good to relax and live my life now. But Elon cares about the business side because it allows him to do more stuff, but I don't think Elon really cares about what his net worth is described as, basically. I don't think he really cares. I think he wants to get to Mars. I think he wants to like do all this crazy stuff, and he's just going to keep doing it until he feels he's done. But I don't know if he'll ever stop, honestly. 2 helicopter pads. It's 2 more than I have, I'll tell you what. I think the latest thing I heard was that the equivalent of Amazon's growth roughly equates to Jeff Bezos making roughly $2,500 every second. In the time that we've been streaming today, like how long have we been going for? Let's just say 5 hours times 60, 300 minutes times $2,500. He's made, in the time we've been streaming, probably just under $1 million doing nothing. And that doesn't account for like the stock appreciation and that kind of thing. That's the power of compounding interest and insane numbers of shares of a profitable company. But that's why, just if you think about it, instead of trying to buy a share of Tesla today to sell tomorrow for a little bit more, think of it as buying shares of a business that goes from Amazon of the 90s that's selling books and movies and CDs to the Amazon of today. If you bought 100 shares of Amazon back then, right now, you'd probably be, after all the stock splits and everything, you'd be pretty close to like a millionaire. You'd be pretty close to very well off. Let's just say that. You'd be very, very well off. Maybe not 100 shares, but like 1,000 shares back in the day. Like, you'd be golden. But only if you bought it and you held it and you didn't try to sell it when you got worried, when you got concerned about all this, or you watched a video and somebody said, oh, sell it now and buy this random stock that I promise is going to go up in value. No, you just bought it because it's a good business and you sit on it. That's how you do it. There's a reason, like Fidelity, the list of their top 10 most successful traders of like and account holders every year, like the top 6, 7, or 8 of the top performing portfolios for these huge firms every year, the top 8 are dead. Like, they're dead. Why is their account the most well-performing account compared to everybody else's when they're dead and all these other people are alive and trading and trying to do stuff? It's because they don't mess with it. They own good stuff and they leave it the hell alone. That's how you actually grow. That's how you do it, okay? It's not trading Bitcoin. It's not trading MILF coin, which was the Aiden Ross thing. It's just doing your thing. Buying good companies and holding them so long as they're good companies. That's it. What do you think is a good investment present day? Not official investment advice, of course, but it depends on what you're going for. If you want to own a single company that's solid, find a company you identify with their vision on. I really like what Microsoft's been doing. Their business model is super varied and dynamic, and it can respond to all sorts of pressures very confidently and responsibly, and their management is insanely good. So I think Microsoft's a great buy. Amazon, always a safe bet nowadays. If you want more diversification, though, you can go buy shares of like the S&P 500. For 99% of people, that's probably what they should be doing. Buy the S&P. Just SPY is the stock ticker. You buy that. It's a diversified portfolio of a ton of different stocks that are weighted based on the market cap within the stock market at the time, and you're going to get the best returns. You're owning all the winners. They kick out all the losers whenever that happens, and they do that. Or Dogecoin. Yeah, anybody who's actively like still trading in Bitcoin or Dogecoin and those things, they're trying to get rich quick. And whilst it worked for some people, and some people did get rich quick using it, a lot of people lost money. Because you got to remember, everybody who makes money in the stock market is making that money because it was taken from somebody else who lost money. Okay? Like, there is no magic wealth created in the stock market. The only way that this share of stock is worth 1,000 and this one the next day, it drops to 500 is because now people are only willing to spend 500 on that stock. So like that person lost $500. They just did. Like it's just gone because that's what everybody agreed the stock was worth. Yeah, fish was better than most brokers. Yeah, Sebi, they did do a test with that where they let a fish randomly trade stuff and the fish performed better than a lot of traders, which is really funny. Crypto has a projection of 200% in the next 5 years, even more so as the dollar is dying. Crypto acceptance is growing daily. Guess who's projecting that it's going to grow at 200%? Crypto traders. The people that have a very firm investment in this being true. So of course they care and they want that to be the story. But the truth of the matter is crypto doesn't actually add anything. It doesn't change anything. It's just there, which is one of its strengths. But also the dollar is changing and shifting, but the dollar is still the king currency in the world. It just is. Everybody still uses it. China's not going to be changing to Bitcoin. Like I heard some dumbass saying on TikTok. They were like, oh, China's going to move to Bitcoin. No, because they can't manipulate Bitcoin, dumbass. Why would they do that? The reason that China is so competitive globally is because they regularly just freely manipulate their currency, say it's worth whatever they want. And it screws over their populace and their citizens, but they don't really care. Who cares? Yeah, they're like, it's fine. As long as the elites are doing fine, we're good. And so why would they change currency to something independent like Bitcoin? They're never going to do that. That's insane. Crypto serves a purpose, certainly in some cases, but crypto is not some magic panacea to the world's financial woes. It just isn't. Like, people want it to be because it's a great story. But crypto is so prone to scams and thievery that, frankly, the risk far outweighs any of the possible advantages. You are far more likely to get screwed with crypto than you are to make money in crypto. And that's borne out statistically. I mean, it's not even a controversial thing to say. Crypto is far more risky than anything else. Any traditional financial instrument, I should say. So, yeah, crypto's banned in China. Yeah, because it's independent. They can't control it. So why would they want it? Like, there's one of the most brain dead things I've ever heard. Where they're like, China's going to move to crypto because they want to screw over the U.S. It's like, no, China, like, you realize China depends on the U.S. for their economy and for Europe. Like, their whole thing is manufacturing. If they have nobody to buy their manufactured goods, they're screwed. Like, this just is how it works. Like, it's not that complicated. It's pretty simple. But anyway, we've been going about 5 hours. We should call it there. We got into a finance tirade at the end. I'm sorry. But thank you to all of the donations. Thank you to all of that. That was great. I'm sorry we had our debater bail on us again. I will have Rocky try to pin somebody down this time. And we will try to go from there. And maybe next time debate it back and forth. Because on freaking Friday, Tears of the Kingdom comes out. We should be getting reviews pretty soon. I'm surprised they didn't drop today, but we'll see. Luke, I've only used crypto to buy certain substances. Well, and for that, I'm sure it's a great tool. I'm sure it's great. Sorry, that's funny. Your turn. I love how Luke's live streams can easily turn from gaming reviews to full-on investment in financial discussions. Yeah, sorry. This is why people are like, oh, imagine Luke might get to 30,000 viewers concurrent randomly, and we'll miss these days of chill conversations. But for real, like, I can't imagine most people are that interested in all of this rambling. So who knows? Maybe I'll be surprised, but we'll see. I appreciate all of you guys. You guys are wonderful. I love you dearly. Stay safe, stay secure. Don't buy crypto. And I'll see you guys soon. Okay. Much love. I'll see you Wednesday or tomorrow in the Warframe video. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.